the housing needs analysis and getting an update on that as we get ready to move into some deeper diving on our comprehensive plan. So I believe I will turn it over to you, Eileen, or are we going straight to Don and
We're going straight to
crew?
Don. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Hardy and guests. Good evening. How are you, gentlemen?
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I wanted to do some introductions first tonight before we dive into the topic. I have Tim Wood next to me with FCS Group. FCS Group is a specialist in housing forecasting. I also have Todd Chase, also from FCS Group online. And I have Steve Faust with 3J Consulting. He's our planning director for the long-range planning work with 3J and leading the team. We also have Kelly Reed from Department of Land Conservation and Development joining us. She's the regional representative here for DLCD. Just an overview kind of before we dive into the PowerPoint tonight. Our session tonight really is to inform on the latest housing needs over the next 20 years, also inform on the need for urban growth boundary expansion over the next 20 years, and then provide a timeline for adoption of the housing needs analysis and other elements of the comprehensive plan, and ask specifically for council input before proceeding with the adoption of the hearings. And Maya, could you put the PowerPoint up, or do I need to do anything? Okay, awesome. So sorry. Our first slide, this is a little introduction on the framework here that we're working under. Just real quickly, Oregon administrative rules and Oregon revised statutes are the framework for our work and for the housing needs analysis work. And this just kind of gives you the legal status of this. And then I just wanted to point out that we did receive a Department of Land Conservation and Development housing grant for the housing needs analysis and housing production strategy work. So this schedule you probably have seen before. I just wanted to point out a few things. The blue area up on the very upper left is really kind of the foundational point of the entire process. So we've done the economic opportunity analysis, and now the housing needs analysis is the next piece of this. Both of these identify future 20-year forecasts for housing and employment and are a foundational need for moving forward with the comprehensive plan, transportation system plan, land efficiency measures, and the urban growth boundary expansion. Also included in that is the housing production strategy work, which is not on that chart there, but that's another element of that. That all helps us to, in essence, know how much acreage we would need for 20 years going forward into our process. There's a number of steps. I won't go into all those tonight on our planning process. But you can see that we're moving forward to adopt the comprehensive plan, adopt the urban growth boundary expansion, moving that forward into a place where those lands could be annexed into the city. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Tim for the next few slides, and then I'll come back at the end.
Great. Thanks, Don, and thank you again, Council, for having me. I'm sure that a few of you are sick of seeing me at this point, but we press on. So to update you on where we are at with the housing needs analysis, we prepared it back in April of last year, and we've been going through different iterations based on feedback that we've gotten from our colleagues at the state. So things that you should know, Canby still is projected to add close to 6,000 people over the next 20 years. We're still looking at adding 2,286 dwelling units over that same time frame. And the buildable land inventory, which measures the buildable land that's inside of the urban growth boundary, that's more or less the same. Key differences that have changed between that April 2023 time and now We've changed the housing attainability calculations, mostly because the interest rates have jumped up, so obviously things have changed with respect to what's affordable from a mortgage perspective. The housing mix, we're looking at more smaller single-family detached units. We're looking at more middle-type housing, so duplexes, triplexes, cottages, that kind of thing. The buildable land inventory, that pipeline of development is constantly changing. So we're just making sure that we keep that updated as we go through the process, making sure that that's reflective of what's actually happening on the ground. We've also added a strike price analysis, which my colleague Todd will go into a little bit more detail on in a moment. The land need findings, that's another thing that we'll go into a little bit more later on in this presentation. And then finally, we've sort of taken out the parks land that's needed because we're looking at a larger process here, so it's probably better suited to a different component of this discussion.
Quick, would you rather we hold off on questions to the end or?
No, go ahead.
As we go? Because I know in one of our conversations, when, talking about the still projected pieces for both just people as well as dwelling units, is that still kind of the middle ground, middle target for growth that we're kind of going off of? Or, because I know we had conversation like what we'd anticipate is higher end, lower end, and kind of that, again, that middle bandwidth. This is still the middle bandwidth that we're shooting at.
And that was for the economic opportunity analysis. We looked at the low, medium, and high, and as the medium is really kind of where we've been. That's more on the employment side of things.
Okay, thank you.
This is really, the work here is looking at the population, which is roughly about 6,000 people, and looking at the need of housing based on housing affordability and what the demographic of this community could afford, and that really essentially is the issue here, to look at what can people afford and then what are those housing unit types that are needed over the next 20 years. What stayed constant is the roughly 2,300 units that is part of this process.
Okay, thanks, Don.
Just to give a little bit more dialogue there, that number, that 6,000 or so, we really don't have a whole lot of wiggle room with respect to that. Pretty much across the board, that's part of our one of the parameters that we have to fit into. So looking at a couple of those affordability metrics, you've probably seen this table if you've been on council long enough, but we've updated it with 2023 data here. You can see that we're seeing some slight price declines, 2022 to 2023. Shouldn't come as a shock as mortgage rates go up. Housing costs tend to go down a little bit, but it's a pretty modest decrease for Canby. You can see 581,000 to 561,000, and you're still looking at an annual average change there from 2019 to 2023 of 8%. So 8% annual growth, still pretty significant, even though we've seen a little tiny dip. I did hear one counselor bring up a question around how did Aurora shoot up so much between 2021 and 2022? I don't know what to tell you. That's the data source. So, but maybe there's a lot of demand for Aurora, I don't know. And to further kind of contextualize that as to why that's important, we keep affordability at the forefront of these analyses to make sure that we're looking at and accommodating the people that folks want to see in their community. That includes folks like lawyers, engineers, teachers, medical assistants, and salespeople. And you can see there on the right of this slide sort of what they're capable of affording with those average salaries that we see statewide. And so with homes that are in the $561,000 range, even that lawyer's having a bit of a hard time affording a home in Canby. So, keeping affordability front of mind throughout this process is pretty key. And then I'll just reiterate sort of what we're looking at with respect to housing needs. This is that far right two columns on this table are really the key takeaways here. What we've done is take that demand that you see there on the left-hand column, subtract the pipeline development, so the housing units that are already in the development pipeline through the last year or so. So it's 412 there, and we just remove those from the need in order to kind of account for that, make sure that this analysis stays true to what's happening on the ground. And with that, I think I'll pass it off to Todd, who has been more in the weeds on these edits.
Hey, thank you, Tim. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Yes, great. So we published the last iteration of the HNA in November last year. And since then, we've updated some of the findings and wanted to highlight some of the key changes since then that we've modified in the report. Probably the main thing is we have a current estimate from the census of severe rent burdens. The American Community Survey, it has about a 1.5-year lag in time frame, but the prior data we had to work with last year was 2019 data, and the current data is 2022 data. And what we've noticed in that time frame, that the severe rent burdens in Canby, that is renters paying over 50% of their income towards housing costs, has gone up from 17% to 29% in Canby. And that's pretty consistent with what we were hearing from the public, from the surveys and the public meetings we had during this project last year and the year before. And finally, the census data is starting to convey that. That's what the people were telling us. So that tells me that census data might be accurate for a change. Now, it's telling me that it's showing a situation that's worsening as housing production does not keep up with demand, as income levels aren't keeping up with rents. We also looked at dwelling unit density. And in the November version of the HNA, we were basing our density on the average densities of the city was accounting for based on land use comp plan designation, that is low density housing zone land or medium density housing zone land and high density housing zone land. And the most current version bases the density on actual housing types that have been developed in Canby over the last 8 years. So we've been working with planning staff to get that information. And what we found is that if we base the density assumptions on housing types, rather than the mix of housing that's occurring in low, medium, and high density zones or comp plan designations, we can see that most of the average density numbers have gone up, with the exception of apartments, which is about the same with, it's about 19.46 units per acre. You can see standard detached, about 5.59. We now have some data on cottages and townhomes in Canby, and you can see 7.86 units per acre for cottages and 8.46 for townhomes. So we have some fairly good, accurate data to use for this revised version of the HNA. By increasing the density assumptions, it results in kind of a reduction in the overall land need than what was included or found in November last year versus currently. The overall land need went down from about 376 acres to 296 acres based on these revised density assumptions. Next slide, please. We also took a look at the amount of buildable land in the development pipeline. This includes housing that is under construction that have pulled construction permits as of November last year. We found the same amount of dwelling units, 412 units on those 63.6 acres of pipeline land. And then we also included now another 1.6 acres of fully developed land that is no longer in the buildable land inventory. We pulled that out of the vacant land inventory since November. So it's a slight decrease in the overall vacant BLI, about 1.6 acres, based on what has been constructed and what is in the pipeline. We did spend a lot of time on what we consider to be a constraints analysis on smaller part vacant sites in Canby. Back in November, we looked at a strike price of about $561,000 in the sense that any existing home on a part vacant site under 5 acres in size, valued over $561,000 according to the Zillow value of a median home at the time can be. We basically considered that a constraint in the buildable land inventory. And that included about 86 acres of land that we consider to be constrained based on that strike price. We since then looked at a revised strike price of $469,000, which is derived from the county assessor data for developed single-family homes in Canby. And it also is a little more reflective of the current trend in home values. Tim alluded to the Zillow Home Value Index in Canby from 2023. It's gone down about another 10 to 15% since then. So we're currently assuming that an existing house on a parcel less than 5 acres, if valued at $469,000 or above, is not likely to develop in the next 20 years or subdivide in the next 20 years. And this included about 159 acres of the part vacant buildable land inventory. So that is a measurable change in the part vacant BLI, the buildable land inventory, over what we had assumed in November. And this impacts the overall land needs. So the overall buildable land inventory, as I mentioned, declines a bit due to this revised strike price. Before we had a range in the buildable land inventory based on different levels of homeowner participation in converting their part vacant sites to development, to subdividing it basically, through minor partitions, primarily on less than 5 acre sites. We had a big range from 252 acres to 375 acres of land that would convert to development over 20 years based on the preliminary assumptions back in November. We revised that to one number of 216 acres as of April this year. We also looked at 3 additional safe harbor methods that cities can consider for amending their urban growth boundary. None of those methods really resulted in a need for an urban growth boundary expansion. Those methods are really more appropriate for smaller cities that aren't growing, that maybe don't have the staff to track the permits that Canby has tracked. So it's kind of a quick way of doing an urban growth boundary analysis for other cities. But we did look at those methods. We decided that this market-based method that we're recommending is the most appropriate for Canby. Next slide, please, Tim. There we go. So the overall urban growth boundary sufficiency to meet the 20-year population growth forecasts has been revised. We had a range in the November estimate, depending on whether we have a high conversion of land to low, of 15 acres to 252 acres in terms of the UGB deficit for housing. We're now landing on an 80-acre number based on the revised BLI analysis that I just described to you. So instead of 3 different scenarios, we're landing on 1. And we've also delineated that land need based on the type of housing. And you'll see kind of in the result column there, we'll need about 25 acres of additional land for standard detached housing. But the majority of the land need is actually for what we consider to be middle housing that's a little more affordable to households these days. So that includes about 37 acres for smaller lots and cottages, about 11 additional acres for townhomes and plexes, and about 7 acres for apartments for Canby. Now, those numbers are preliminary. Yeah, that slide, you can go to that slide there again. There's the actual recommendation in the revised HNA there. It does basically assume slightly higher densities than what the Canby has experienced over the past 8 years, due in part to the safe harbor provision with the latest House bills for allowing basically middle housing in all low density plan designations. So we have bumped up our densities a bit higher than what has been experienced, but we still found the need for additional land. These are preliminary UGB requirements or needs. The actual amount of land need would vary depending upon the success of the land efficiency measures and the housing production strategies that you're going to be discussing in May. Next slide, please. So we have some preliminary recommendations and discussion for tonight. The main thing is to discuss the 80-acre additional unconstrained biddable land need for housing, and more specifically, how that correlates to the different types of housing types that we've identified. And we'd like to get council's input to see if that comports with your thinking based on what you've heard from your constituents and the public. And we can talk more about the land efficiency measures and housing production strategies if needed, but that's really going to come back, I think, in May. So I think we're at the discussion point, Don.
Thank you, Todd. And I just wanted to recognize Kelly Reed as well, was very helpful in this process. Just a little more context for the 80 acres of urban growth boundary need. There are several jurisdictions that Kelly pointed out that used a different strike price, and Todd talked about the strike price. Kelly noted that City of Medford was one of them. We've tried to mirror what they've done. That actually was quite successful in that Medford has gone through that process, through the review process successfully without any appeals, and that was something we wanted to make sure that the numbers that we're choosing are not going to be scrutinized further in this process. The housing needs analysis is something that is being looked at closely by Department of Land Conservation and Development. It's also looked at very closely by conservancy groups. The lens of housing focus in Oregon is way more intense than it is for employment. That's just the way it is. And so I just wanted to acknowledge Kelly for her efforts and the other efforts of the Department of Land Conservation and Development. As Todd mentioned, we're working with them, and these are preliminary numbers, but we believe, based on our conversations with Kelly, that they are supportable. The DLCD obviously has to go through their review process as well. The one thing I did want to point out is the 80 acres is consistent with what we've been identifying in the community summits as well. We're giving a range between 50 and 100, and this is kind of right in the middle there for that. So I think from a staff perspective, I'm actually feeling that I can speak for our staff that we're pleased with that number compared to what it has been when we were going through this exercise. It is a long journey going through a housing needs analysis, and that was one recognition of going through this process. And I know you guys are a little weary of us coming back and talking about this over and over again, but it is foundational to what we do, and it sets us up for, the next steps in this process. So I'm going to pause there. If Kelly, if you'd like to give any comments, you're welcome to do so at this point. Otherwise, I'm going to continue.
Thank you, Don. I don't have anything more to add, but I'm happy to answer questions if anyone has questions for DLCD. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Yes, Councilor Stearns.
Okay, just, or,
Mike?
Mike, hey, yeah, Mike. Just for people like me with small brain size, the 80 acres you're talking about is what we're projected to need for housing for the next 20 years?
It's the expansion of the urban growth boundary, and maybe we should have clarified that. So there's property that's still available within the current city limits and within the current urban growth boundary. This is property that would be additional to be expanded beyond both of those areas.
So we need more than 80 acres, but 80 acres is what we want to add.
That's the additive, yes,
okay.
to the base, yeah.
If you look at the table on slide, I think 11, the UGB sufficiency findings table, you'll see there on the sort of the middle column there where it says buildable land requirement gross acres, that's that bottom line, that's kind of what you're looking at for how much land do we need to accommodate housing in the next 20 years, 296.4 acres. You've got 216, so the deficit's about 80.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Sure.
No,
These
great
numbers
great
tie into
question.
What's going to actually happen on the
Yeah.
ground.
And we're presuming things that we probably shouldn't presume here, so excellent question.
Yes, Councilor Davis.
Don, and great presentation, and I appreciate it. Based upon the community meetings and some of the urban growth boundaries that we've addressed in the community meetings and looked at, do we have identified amount of acreage potentially within that? Because I know we've been looking at business or commercial, industrial and stuff. Do we know how much land based on the community meetings is available for this?
We have two things in play here. One, to the point of, on the employment side, we know the acreage, we know their acreage of residential, and the areas that we showed in those community meetings actually, if we are able to, find acreage, which I believe we will be able to for industrial and residential, those maps actually include a boundary, when people were putting markers on there for residential,
Right.
commercial, industrial, way beyond a 20-year need. So we are planning to capture that in the comprehensive plan update and show what we're calling a 40-year plan, which will be helpful as we proceed ahead, so we don't lose that input from the community when that gets revisited again, when the comprehensive plan gets revisited again. Part of the challenge is we're looking at a study area by state rules that has to be substantially larger than what our need is. In this case, it's about 3 times the size of what the actual acreage is. So I think hopefully that answers the question. We're looking to capture the employment need by expansion, that boundary, and the residential expansion, but there will be acreage, and that's part of, I think, the reconciliation and the community summit number 4. And just to plug for that, that's going to be on June 20th at Baker Prairie, and that'll be talking about, that was why this discussion tonight is important as we move forward, is really telling people this is really where we're at in terms of, what you put this on a map. Here are the scenarios that we've come up with so far, realizing that a lot of that area that's way out, beyond the boundary, the current boundary, is very unlikely that it would be part of the consideration. So the refinement of these maps is going to occur over the next several months after we go through the community summit and through the fall, and we'll have some refinement that will end up showing like really more the realistic acreage that we're dealing with versus right now it's kind of a vision for at least 20 years, and then it goes beyond that for the property that would not be able to be included in that area.
Right, and of course, that would assume possibly people requesting annexation into the city to sell that land, and if they don't, then I guess we have to wait.
It really is up to, the urban growth boundary expansion, once that's completed, it really is up to the individual property owner to whether they want to annex or not. That's completely up to them. That can't be something that the city forces to happen, and that's just part of the process here. The assumption is that folks probably would want to come into the city and be part of that process.
One last question too, or comment would be, if you can take into account safe communities, in other words, too, and let's learn from California and other areas. I know that there are certain areas around the country where they're actually creating separations between residential areas. Because if a fire gets going in high-density housing and stuff, it wants to spread, especially during the summertime. So they've actually started separating some of those communities and creating blocks between individual neighborhoods too, in looking at that.
And those are all great thoughts. And I mean, as we get in, I'm going to dive a little bit more into, not quite through the presentation, but as we get into the housing efficiency measures, clearly want to get fire's input on, thoughts about like housing and those kinds of things and best practices that we go with. I think there is some limits to, when we're bringing in land in, there's an infrastructure component that we can factor in. Can factor in housing and employment and parks land. We're going to factor all of those in. Some of these, I think it's really about best practices and, we're not really promoting high density, compact housing, but there will be some different varieties that will be happening, and the fire input's obviously important in that exercise.
Yeah, thank you.
So Don, obviously with these under the UGB land needs findings there, so in terms of how many dwellings we will actually be able to put in based on this acreage numbers is all going to be dependent on what we set as city code for the sizes for each of these. So to hit with these numbers here and with what we were talking about earlier about our dwelling unit target, what are we looking at in terms of at least the low density and medium density in terms of size of lots?
Go back a few.
Did I miss that one?
This may answer part of it. Okay. So this may not answer the question completely. But let me take a shot at that. So going from the top down, the single family detached standard lots is there's about 30% is assumed in the mix that would be your traditional R1 lots. And then next column down, single family small lot and cottages, that's really dealing with more R15, R15 density. And that's similar to the townhomes and plexus and manufactured homes, which is the next column down. And you can see that the bulk of the need is really in that kind of R15 area. The other thing that we're trying to do is with the least amount in the apartment category, which is about 19%, that's really the R2. And then jumping back to the R15, in specific, I think what we're looking to do is do some what we're calling housing efficiency measures, and I haven't quite got to that in the presentation, but that would be cottage clusters that we've seen across the metro area. Those are single family, smaller lots, still single family ownership, smaller lots, more in a community setting, smaller than a PUD, but similar to a PUD in the sense that it would have amenities to it, trail systems or commonalities where you're creating a community there, and that seems to be a pretty hot market right now for that in the area and actually just across Oregon because of the escalating housing prices. So the idea would be in the R1 and R15, there'd be an opportunity to have cottage clusters, and that's an ordinance that will be coming forward to Planning Commission and Council soon. I'm going to touch on that. And then also adjusting the planning unit development ordinance we currently have to allow a greater variety of housing within planned unit developments, which are currently right now just allowing single-family residential standard lot sizes. So those are kind of the focus of what we're looking at, but you can see that there is a spread of need. I think what's happened with the housing market is that historically, the single-family, the top line, single-family detached, was probably more historically in the 60% range of what people saw. And so this is a pretty dramatic change as we're going forward, just because housing is really expensive. And so that need then requires us to look at different product types, which is really the missing middle is really the single-family, small lot and cottages, and the townhomes and the plexus and manufactured homes combined with cottage cluster and PUDs. That's really what, if hopefully that gives a little bit of a visual, and then followed by apartments, which we still need.
Yeah, that kind of comes close to answering my question. I think like with the development of the housing piece, and Council President Hensley, help me remember, but like, so on North Pine and North Redwood, those developments, those are single-family homes. But I remember the conversation being at the time that the developer was really pushing the low end of what the square footage of the lot was going to be. And so I think I guess my question is, are we going to be leaning and seeing more single-family homes in that lower range of what we allow in terms of square footage for a lot? Like, I don't see us doing in a subdivision any more, 8, 9, 10,000 square foot lots. Think we're going to see more of the, 6, 7, and 8 would be on the high end, I would think, as we look at that. And I guess so I guess that's what if hypothetically, or it would be if we are going more towards and putting a greater emphasis on the single-family, small lot and cottages, that the number of dwellings in Canby could grow more so than if we stayed with the current number of what's being projected for single-family detached.
And I think that you're correct on that, and part of this is incentivizing these programs, and like, there are some developers that are interested in doing cottage cluster. Will all developers be interested in doing that? And so there'll be two paths. I mean, there'll be a traditional path that people can just go the standard route you've seen, which is really your standard zoning code. And then the other one is an incentive, which would be building more of a community, which I'm hoping that would be something that we could incentivize, where people build more of a community style situation than just a small lot with a small house on it. I think it's better to try to build community and those cottage clusters and PUD processes, and I think that's consistent with building community. It's also consistent with the need that we have to show that we've looked at those exercises as part of our urban growth boundary expansion process. It's actually a requirement that we have housing efficiency measures as part of that, but I also believe it fits in well with what the need is and what people are seeking. I think they're seeking, if they're going to have a smaller house on a smaller lot, it's a lot nicer to have amenities with those than it is just a standard small lot and not have any amenities. Hopefully that answers part of that.
Yeah, I think I can extrapolate from there. Thanks.
Okay. Hey, Don, I can tell you specifically what we assumed in the study anyway, for lot size. It works out to about 5,000 to 5,500 square feet for the plexes and townhomes, about 5,500 to 600 or 6,000 square feet for the cottages, small lot, and then about 7,000 to 8,000 for the standard detached.
Okay.
These are net buildable.
Right.
Thank you, Todd.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Patton.
So this might be jumping ahead to the second part of your presentation. I think this also goes along with what the mayor was saying. the understanding that I get is that once we're through this process, it's becoming glaringly clear that the 3 housing zones that we currently offer, medium or high density, medium density, and low density, are antiquated. We need to create more in order to allow more flexibility for lot sizes and house types, correct?
That is correct, and go ahead, please, yeah.
And so that signals to me that while we're, these numbers, this 80-some acres that we're saying, does it sound like a good number to you? Is based on what our current model is. If we change those codes and allow smaller lot sizes and higher density, it may end up making the 80 acres that we bring in, along with what we have, go past the 20-year mark. It might actually last longer because we're going to allow more density. Is that a correct assumption?
I don't believe it is, and I'm going to have Todd answer part of the question, but let me answer part of the question as well.
Okay.
The idea behind, I mean, yes, we could consider actually changing those 3 zoning categories. The other way to do that, which is what we're focusing on our housing efficiency measures, is allowing essentially within R1 and R15 cottage clusters and PUD's modifications through those processes. So you go through a cottage cluster subdivision process or a PUD process. That would be the non-traditional way of doing that. And so by that methodology, I believe we can achieve what we are trying to achieve with additional zoning districts.
Okay.
So that is, I mean, although that is something that we, through the comprehensive plan process, are looking at, which is, we have 3 zones, should there be more? And for example, in the urban growth boundary expansion area, the 80 acres that's out there, should there be a different zone that's on that property? Maybe there's 3 zones in the city, and we create a new zone, and that's for the area outside the boundary that's going to be brought in.
Okay.
So that is in consideration, but the idea is on these, essentially they're kind of overlays, but you could or call them that, or processes that are available, which would be cottage cluster and PUD, would apply to R1 and R15, which would make up the difference on that issue. I'm going to let Todd speak on the numeric side of things, but I don't believe the situation is that we're going to end up with too much land.
Okay. The next question I had is, in these numbers, there have been talk, and this might have been covered, but just to jog my memory, in the process of sorting out this total number of acres that we need to bring in, the Willamette Country Club golf course and the fairgrounds has been pulled out and taken into consideration, correct?
It has been removed, yes. It's not something that will convert in 20 years, and DLCD has supported that. Golf, I've even talked to some members of the golf course. They said there's no way that's going to convert.
I didn't figure.
I mean, yeah.
And then the last 2 things is, I am not getting weary of this conversation. I think this is very important. And so I'm looking forward to spending the next year and a half talking about this, if that sounds sick or whatever. But finally, I think based on these numbers, I'm comfortable with what is, with 80 acres. So that's what I had.
Any other, Councilor Stearns?
Oh, just a question, and it may be a little bit off topic, but wasn't there some legislation recently passed that gives a one-time?
There is, and you're absolutely correct.
I was just wondering how that plays into everything.
So there's another element altogether, and there's many, many things going on all at once. The script for tonight is we're doing the housing needs analysis based on the methodology that we've gone through, and we'd like to adopt the housing needs analysis and actually establish the acreage that's part of that through that process. There is an opportunity, and this is probably another work session for council to go through and talk about that 50-acre one-time urban growth boundary expansion. We have talked to Kelly Reed as well as some of the DLCD representatives. There is not specific guidelines on this, meaning that could we do the 80 acres plus the 50 acres? That has not been determined if that's even possible to do that. We're in kind of a unique circumstance here because we're doing an urban growth boundary expansion, and so that may preclude us from being eligible for the 50 acres, but if we're not precluded, I would be interested in council's position on that 50 acres that does have strings attached to it. It requires 30% of the acreage, if there's 50 acres, to be more affordable at 80% of the median family income with covenants placed on them. So that would be part of that process, that 30% of it would need to be in that framework. As far as we can tell, we are eligible to do that process if DLCD says that would be something that we could add on. That would be separate from this process. It would be a parallel process, but it would not be integrated into this process. So that is something that the governor has put together, and it has a bunch of metrics to it, and those are from your last urban growth boundary expansion, which was in 2005. Did you absorb all of that land? And the answer is yes, we did absorb that land, which means it's been built, but we would have a time frame on this as well, which would mean, I believe, we'd have to initiate our application by August 2025 to be able to do that. We haven't really contemplated that at this point. Right now, we're just trying to move forward with the 80 acres so we can keep the rest of the process moving for the comprehensive plan and the urban growth boundary expansion.
And Don, just to make sure that we're clear as mud, this 80 acres is just for housing.
Just for housing, yeah.
This does not include the numbers that we were talking about with the economic.
That's
development
additive
analysis
to
we've
that,
done.
nor does it include the park land, sports. If there's a sports complex, those pieces can absolutely be those are additive as well. So you've got the mix is residential, which we're talking about tonight. It's roughly 440 acres of employment and commercial. It's really industrial primarily. We've looked at 60 acres for parks. There could be a need for, we talked to Canby Fire and Canby Police, there could be a need for some additional service training facilities in the urban growth boundary area. That's something that would be added to that as well. And then we were asking the school district as well, the same question. And those all could be additive to the expansion. So all this together would be part of the expansion, yeah.
Again, I just wanted to make sure that we're delineating that this is a segment of
Yep.
what we're talking about in our UGB expansion.
Yep.
And that there is a lot of other slices to this pie that we are taking into consideration, that it's not just 80 acres to, fulfill Canby's dream list of growth and things that we want to have, but it's a small part of it, so.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Davis.
Real quick, Don, in the calculations for employment, do we take into account already employment within Canby, like Columbia Distribution and Stanton Furniture and Caruso's, those businesses with large employment, and the housing need analysis with those employees?
And I'm probably going to need to ask for some conversation with Tim and Todd if they have an answer to that. So how are the jobs factored into the housing? Is that the question,
Yeah.
Councilor Davis?
Yeah. How does that equate to people working here and being able to live here?
In terms of the ratio, you guys,
John, I can take a swing at that. The answer goes back to that population projection that we get from Portland State University, because that's our North Star on these processes. So, ideally, in their methodology, when they calculate those projections for each city, they take into account especially the kind of the distance drive for employers and employees, because that's data that's available. So I can't speak directly to that, but what I know is that what we used was purely the Portland State University projections, because that's what we're required to use.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
and just maybe a little to add to that, and this is a recollection here. I think that we are looking at about 7,600 jobs, and that's more than the population that's being added. So when you're looking at jobs per household, hopefully that gives a little bit of context. So, and that's a rough number, I recall. It was around 7,600 that was planned for that would be the expansion area.
For the expansion.
Yeah.
Councilor Sassi?
You're going to love this, Don. Now that I have all these experts here, help me and my friends give us a ray of hope how we can get our children 30 and under that work in this area out of our house. Because they do listen and they can't afford anything. What?
Yeah.
Tell them another, so it's not coming from their dad all the time, maybe somebody else. But all these kids want to know, how are we ever going to afford let alone an apartment? There's no way a house.
Yeah, and I get it. My daughter is on the same age bracket. So, I mean, and they're renting. I think really it's the diversity of the product that is not allowed. I mean, that's part of this is making the ability to change our codes is a big part of this that will then drive developers to create different product type. What you and I grew up with, traditional
I know.
homes.
It's gone.
Yeah,
And I know we
even
can't-
ranch homes are gone.
And I know we can't tell the
I mean,
developers, you have to make, it's there, they pay the price for the land, but yeah.
I mean, so that reality has changed. I mean, just getting back to the ratio, which is, when you bought your home, whatever that ratio was, maybe it was 3 or 4 times your income. Well, now, it's a lot more. So how can we get it back to that ratio? And that, again, comes back to product type. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Don, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Kind of on that same vein, in the numbers you had split up the single-family homes where you had standard and then you had small lot and cottages. The small lot, you could still go up and make a townhome, could you not? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, is that small lot and cottage designation going to make smaller homes, those starter homes, if you will, again, where you can get a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, or, for a young couple, then maybe a baby, is, like Councilor Sassy said, we can't tell the developers what to do, but is there anything we can do in the code that kind of restricts their ability and makes them have to make such a thing? I mean, I don't know if I'm explaining what my thoughts are correctly, but.
Really, we can't really force people to do things, but I'm going to get to some other items here that will be incentives for developers to hopefully, with caveats. And there's 2 kinds of situations there. One is incentivizing so that the market rate is actually a lot less than it normally is. Secondly, if we're going to, incentivize apartments that are more favorable rates so that people can rent, and we drop their SDCs for that, and we get a covenant that says they're going to keep their rates at a certain level for a certain number of years, those are the kinds of things that are part of the housing production strategy discussion that'll be happening on May 15.
Okay.
And that's the other layer to this. This is the need tonight. And the housing production strategy is the strategies that we would end up implementing over the next 8 years. It's actually probably going to be mostly over the next 4 years is roughly what that would be. But we have 8 years to do it. But I think that those go hand in hand. I think there's an immediate need. The challenge is giving somebody a break. You want to, on the other hand, being able to say, well, how is that really affecting the bottom line?
Right.
And so there's a lot of communities are struggling with this. A lot of them are doing covenant situations where you give them the reduction, but there's some covenant that runs with that. I'm thinking more of like apartments than houses. Houses are really tough because it's really hard to control the market rate on those. I mean, I'm not sure, the tools just aren't there.
Right, well, even apartments are out of hand. There's one that just got listed today or yesterday over here on the north side, 2-bedroom, 1-bath, $2,000.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, how can people afford this?
Yeah.
Even working folk, that's a tough break,
Yeah.
and a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, and you're talking about, again, a single mom and a kid, or a couple and a kid, and it's a small family situation, probably one income. How do you do it? So I'm just looking for answers for,
Yeah, I mean-
like Scott said, how do we
mean,
get them?
The crazy part is, just at the beginning of this, just for me, like when you look at it, extreme housing, the housing affordability, when you have, rent burden, the extreme rent burden went from 17% to 29% in roughly a year.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy. That is like beyond the state standard, which is 24%. So we are below that. Now we're way above it. So I hear you, and I think that's part of some of these tough decisions that we'll have to get into. on this process, because the status quo won't work without some changes.
Yeah, I'll just be curious to see what tools we actually do have, because I
Yeah.
know we don't have a lot of control on the market, so.
Yeah.
Thank you, Don.
You're welcome.
So Don, next steps.
Yeah, I'm just
Well,
gonna,
I think you have more of your presentation. to go
well,
through,
not
right?
that much.
Okay, you better plow through, Don, before we start asking more questions.
Here we go.
Tell us to shut up and keep going.
Okay, so I'll be fairly quick on this, and these are some upcoming, again, just to give some context here. Planning Commission Housing Needs Analysis, we'll have a hearing on May 13th. That'll be coming to council on June 5th. We're actually going to have a work session with Planning Commission on Monday, the 22nd. I'll be going through the same thing that I went through with you tonight. And then Housing Production Strategy will be May 15. That'll be the work session on that. A couple other items I just wanted to mention. We, in addition to all of what we're doing on our community summits, I mentioned the June 20th Community Summit. We also are planning to have a Spanish Community Summit in Spanish. So we've had Miguel from Bridging Cultures, who came and spoke with Jamie Stickle and myself, and has requested that we have a summit in Spanish that would be tailored to that, and we are working through that with Eileen and figuring out an exact date, but it'll probably be the beginning of June. We feel those voices are really important, and the Bridging Cultures felt it was really important, so we're moving that forward in that direction. It's not just Bridging Cultures, but the other Spanish community members in this city as well, but just to make sure that that's part of this overall process. So more to come on that. So next, we talked a little bit about this, but these are the housing efficiency measures, and we'll be getting into that discussion with you all as well in more detail. That's, the Planning Commission is going to be in work session for housing efficiency measures on June 24th. That's going to go to Planning Commission for hearing August 26th, and it will be coming to City Council on October 16th for these items: the Plan Unit Development Code update, cottage cluster update, cottage cluster development ordinance, and creation of mixed-use overlay zone along 99E. It's in parts of 99E. It's not the entire corridor, but the idea is you'll have the ability to do horizontal detached housing in addition to integrated vertical housing. So that's another element that we'll be discussing with you all. These are just touch points as a prelude to the May 15th housing production strategy items that we'll be discussing, and back to some of the conversation we had about looking at ways to, are there areas to upzone in the city? There likely are areas that are targeted for upzoning, even based on our current comprehensive plan, that would be helpful in creating more middle housing and affordable housing, allowing cottage clusters, identifying ways to streamline PUDs and implement planned unit developments, modifying SDCs and scalable SDCs. So that means everything from looking at covenants for apartments to equity between a 4,000 square foot single family home and a 1,000 square foot single family home. They probably should not be paying the same SDC. So looking at those issues, updating our housing needs periodically, conducting periodic review of barriers to development, educating property owners, and amending our code, as I mentioned, on 99E for more mixed-use housing. And then these are additive that you have not seen before, and these would be also part of the May 15th, but looking at reducing lot sizes, increasing building heights, updating residential zones, preserving naturally occurring affordable housing. Those are like mobile home parks, like on 99E, that making sure those are not considered non-conforming uses, and partnerships with Clackamas County, and that primarily deals with the issue of trying to address homelessness to the extent we work with the county on that as a partnership with them, and ways that we can assist in that process. That was it. That was a lot. I appreciate your patience in going through this, but look forward to additional conversations and glad to answer questions that you have.
No, because I don't think so. I think you got them all.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. I think we, continue to move forward, and we'll gear up for the 15th.
Good, sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Todd. Appreciate it. Steve, we didn't hear from you, but thanks for being here. We will conclude our work session, and we're going to take a little bit of a break so we can reset and get situated for our city council meeting, which should have started a couple minutes ago, but we will start it here in about 5-7 minutes. Good evening, Canby. Welcome to the April 17th, 2024 City Council regular meeting. Please stand for the invocation and the pledge of allegiance. Lord, I thank you so much for this great community. I thank you for the leaders that are here with us this evening, with passion for our community to make this an amazing place to live and to work. Thank you for a beautiful day and the weather that we have had and that we will have. Ask you to bless this community, bless the men and women that protect us and keep us safe. And please bless the leaders that make up this great community. I ask this in you. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As I stated earlier, we just had a work session this evening discussing our housing needs analysis, so what we've been working on. We're gearing up for the new planning for the city and how we're going to grow over the next 20 years, and part of that. Thanks, Gordon. Sorry, Gordon. I pulled a Jason Patton. And didn't have my mic on. And so tonight was just a review of some updated information regarding the housing needs analysis for that planning. So I apologize for us running over. Next on our agenda this evening is new employee introductions, and I will turn that over to Eileen.
I'm going to turn it right over to Maya.
Wonderful.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I would like to introduce you Teresa Ridgely, Deputy City Recorder. She joins us from the City of Tualatin, where she was the office coordinator in the City Manager's office, and also as the backup to the Deputy City Recorder. Teresa was born and raised in Southern Oregon. She's lived in 5 states: Oregon, Texas, Ohio, California, and Arizona. She brings energy, creativity, organization, and a willingness to learn and grow. And this is day 3, and she's already off to a great start. Please help me welcome Teresa.
Well, welcome to the team, and thank you for choosing Canby to grow your career in. We appreciate it and glad you're here. We have this innate ability with all of our, at least a big chunk of those that we have hired, that their introductions are coming within days of their first day here. So, yeah, we'll just keep that trend going. So, thank you, Maya. Appreciate it and welcome. Next up this evening is citizen input and community announcements. So, it's an opportunity to address the council on non-agenda items. If you want to address the council, on the back podium there behind Mr. Perez. Mr. Perez, please raise your hand. That podium right there. Our little yellow cards you can fill out, hand to Maya, and we will make sure that you get your 3 minutes to address the council. Maya, I don't have any yellow cards. And then is there anyone online? No. Okay. Zoomland is quiet. Well, perfect. So next on the agenda, we're going into a proclamation for Canby Prevention Coalition, and we're going to get a presentation from them as well. So I will start with the proclamation, if that's all right with you all. The proclamation for that is, whereas mental health is part of everyone's overall health and well-being, and mental illnesses are prevalent in our county, state, and nation, with 1 in 5 adults experiencing a mental health issue every year. Whereas a stigma and the resulting discrimination is a primary obstacle to early identification and effective treatment of individuals with mental illness and their ability to recover to lead full, productive lives. Whereas approximately half of chronic mental illness begins by the age of 14, and suicide is the second leading cause of death of individuals ages 10 to 14 and 25 to 34. Whereas long delays averaging 11 years occur between the time symptoms first appear and when individuals get help, and it is therefore essential to cure the stigma and discrimination that is the primary cause for those delays. Whereas every citizen and community can make a difference in helping cure the stigma and discrimination that for too long has surrounded mental illness and discouraged people from getting help. And whereas public education and civic engagement improves the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Canby, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas in the State of Oregon, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month to increase public understanding of the importance of mental health, to promote identification and timely treatment of mental illness, and to cure the resulting stigma and discrimination. Given up to my hand and dated this 17th day of April 2024. I'll come down and makes me nervous. Perfect. Thank you, Val. Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Okay, ready to start?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Hodson and the city councilors for having us come before you again. If you guys can hear me okay? I have a low voice. Having us come before you again, letting you know what the Canby Prevention Coalition has done during the past year. Appreciate you having us come back. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jackie Jones, a citizen of Canby, and also currently the Canby Prevention Coalition Coordinator. And then beside me is Brian McCready and Trevor Higgins from Clackamas County Children, Family, Service, and Community Connections. It's a mouthful. And so let me first change the slide. So I wanted to go over what our mission is for the coalition. Basically, our mission was to work with the community. We're using education, advocacy work, collaboration to promote healthy, substance-free environments. And our focus has been with our youth and parents and education, trying to share webinars and different activities, to sharing resources and how to, if you need understanding of how to prevent your youth from, or even younger, from using the opiate epidemic as an example, underage drinking. We have concerns about vaping. So it's not just about fentanyl. I think that's important to make sure that we don't forget there's other things out there that are harmful to our youth. And then also share our next thing. And then our vision is we want to make sure that all the community members and partners are crucial to our prevention work, because without you, this work can't get done. So I want to make sure that we know that. And also we'll be reaching out in the near future to other partners and recruiting some members of the community to help us do our work. So we really need some more Canby citizens to help do the work, because I've been doing a lot of work to make sure that we can try to bring some money to Canby for prevention work. And then I would like to pass that on to Trevor, to give a timeline of where we started and where we're at and where we hope to go.
Excellent. Thank you all. It is a pleasure to be back here again. Thank you so much for having us out. So I'm Trevor. I'm a senior program planner with Clackamas County Children, Family, Community Connections. And just for context, I served as the former facilitator for the Canby Prevention Coalition. So I was invited here today to kind of share a little bit of the history of our work and talk a little bit about some of the most recent happenings with the coalition. So as you can see up here with the timeline, I may read from some of my notes just to make sure I get everything clear. As you can see from the timelines and the slides, the Canby Prevention Coalition has been actively working hard to build a community effort to raise awareness regarding the harms of substance misuse. Since about 2021, we've completed a variety of activities, which have included appearances at community events. We have done presentations to several local organizations and always are meeting regularly and discussing new strategies for how we can go about raising awareness and education for the community. Another major milestone that we crossed was completing a readiness assessment or a community readiness assessment, which resulted in a variety of recommendations for how the Canby Prevention Coalition can engage the community. This readiness assessment involved us interviewing several key stakeholders within your community so that we could understand better the recommendations of how we can go about really engaging the community in the way that Canby wants to be engaged with. Yeah, so that was a major milestone for us. Another major accomplishment for us came actually in winter of 2023 when we first presented a proclamation for Substance Use Awareness Month. This was a big step for us. This was something that the community, based on the recommendations that we received from our readiness assessment, really wanted to present and to see how the city council would respond. And fortunately, that proclamation was adopted in May of last year. And we definitely want to say thank you. Thank you for your time and dedication for supporting your community and keeping the residents safe. So it was something that personally for me was great to see. Next slide. Oh, sorry, that's me. I apologize. I'm so used to doing that, right?
We're not to voice activated yet.
I know. It's like
The next wave of AI.
okay. Apologize, everybody. So next slide, Trevor. That's what I need to say. So since 2023, we've underwent a few changes. First, there was my stepping down as a facilitator to ensure that this truly was a community-led process. I do continue to serve as kind of an outside supportive for the coalition. So anytime they need technical assistance or any questions, I'm always there to provide guidance as needed. Next, under Jackie, who is our new coalition coordinator, thank you so much, Jackie. The coalition applied to secure federal funding to support all future prevention activities. Sadly, we were not funded due to not having enough adequate data sources on youth and families. But this process taught us a lot about what we needed to do. So we have re-strategized, we have reconvened, and in partnership with the county, we are going for those funds again. Brian here will be providing a little bit more context on what those funds are and kind of how they'll go to support the Canby community. Also here, as you can see here, we are planning on attending several different events. These are some of the events we attended last year. We did the Clackamas County Fair, Safety Town, where we provided education and passed out little, we call them just pass along cards, but they have local resources available for families to view. We are always doing strategic planning, but one of the biggest things that we want to come back later at a later time to share with you is the results of the photo voice planning. This is a visual aid, or sorry, this is a process in which we can collect data by taking visuals, pictures of the community and allowing community members to share their story of the community. So we'd love to come back with that. Another key highlight, and then I'll turn it over to Brian, that we started in 2023 was developing a website for the Canby Prevention Coalition. This is something that has been in progress for a while, but we are about close to launch, and we would love to come back at a later time and share that website, and love to get your input on some of the resources that you would like to see within that. So, and then as I mentioned before, we actually submitted today the application for what's called the Drug-Free Communities Grant, and I'm going to turn the time over to Brian to kind of share what that is.
Good evening. Thank you for having us again today. My name is Brian McCready. I'm a co-worker with Trevor, work for Clackamas County Children, Family, Community Connections. I've been there, here 12 years. And really one of the things that we really try to focus on as a county prevention unit is to go out, meet the communities where they're at, try to get them prevention science training, listen to them as the experts of the community, and help them support and build and pull together a coalition on themselves. So we currently have active coalitions in Sandy, in Estacada, here in Canby, Oregon City, Milwaukee, and West Lynn, Wilsonville. And so I think that's really our goal is we know that the folks here in Canby, you're the experts. You know what's going on in your community. What we're trying to do is just really mobilize people to come together to strategize and to plan and to figure out what is the root cause of some of the problems we have here, especially regarding youth drug and alcohol prevention and mental health issues. So that's really what we try to do. We don't come in with like the answers, but we come in to try to listen and then support them with focus on strategies and what might work here. And so that's why we applied for this Drug-Free Communities Grant. And if funded, we'll know at the end of August, we will be able to provide $125,000 a year for 5 years for prevention work here in Canby. That will provide some staff time, some training materials, some training opportunities, a couple of them to go back to the East Coast and do some training back there and come back. Some youth engagement. Currently, we fund Toto Suntos to provide a staff person at Baker Prairie Middle School, and he has a caseload of, I think, about 30 youth that he meets with each week, and then they provide after-school programs as well. So currently, we're using some of our marijuana tax revenue funds to help fund not only that, but other caseworkers in Milwaukee and in Estacada, as well as some coalition work in West Lynn. So that's kind of like what our focus is really trying to just support wherever we can local community and help build them up. Let's see, so the grant is $125,000 a year, like I said, for 5 years, and it's actually renewable after that. I think that's all I have, and I will pass it on to Jackie.
And thank you. And I wanted to also mention the Drug Free Community Grant. It's called the Drug Free Community Grant, but it's not just used for drugs. It can be used for like mental health, other things. That would be prevention that would kind of relate to the intersection of substance use. So I hope I clarified that. And I just want to say thank you to our partners, not all listed up here. I'm sorry I didn't get them all on the list, but definitely I want to thank the City of Canby, especially to Jamie Stickle and Tyler Nizer and Tracy Hensley, who's also really helped us do some of this coalition work in town, like where we should be. And Northwest Family Services, Toto Sonos, the Canby Schools, Canby Police, Canby Fires, especially have been helpful to the coalition work. And Canby Central helps us get some word out on occasion. And then obviously Clackamas County has been a big help for me because, I'm just trying to get us some money in this town for some prevention work. So I've done a lot of work trying to reach out to a lot of you or help the county help me how to get this money for us. So hopefully that all made sense. And then the next slide. And also I don't know if I said, but I'd also have, there's other people we'd like to partner with and other community members we'd like to recruit. Like I know there's like the Rotary, Kiwanis, there's Canby Center. So please, we would like to reach out to you or you can reach out to us. We'd love for you to be a part of us, our coalition. And then also, change the next slide, last slide. And also if you'd like to be a member, we have meetings once a month on the second Monday of the month at noon on Zoom. You can email us at canbypreventioncoalition@gmail.com. And we would love to have you because this community work, this prevention work takes all of us. So we welcome everyone. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much coming in and giving us an update and a presentation on this. Ray, will you raise your hand? So that is Ray Keene. He's the executive director at the Canby Center. So definitely please connect with him. I know he's got a lot of irons in the fire, but he's fantastic at what he does and would definitely be someone that can help, if nothing more than make connections for sure. So Jackie, how best can we support and help you?
Well, I think I would like to have more members of our community join us in the meetings, citizens, parents, business partners, people that want to help us grow and be able to do the work with more. It's easier to do this kind of work when you have, like a bigger group that can help you plan, organize, and strategize. So,
Okay.
unless you guys have any other.
Definitely, we would love to have the opportunity to come back and share about the website. Your input will be very valuable to us to know what resources should be highlighted here in the community, because we definitely want to emphasize the local resources here. So yeah, that's just something that I have there, but yeah.
No, absolutely. When that's ready to launch, please definitely let's get you back here and go through that. So thank you all very much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Next, we have a presentation from the Library Advisory Board. Hello.
Some of you recognize me from my days on the Friends of the Library. I like to say I graduated to the Library Advisory Board. So it was a promotion.
There you go.
Yeah, the pay increase wasn't that great, but it was a great promotion. First of all, I did want to say thank you for having us here tonight, to the mayor and all the city councilors. We also wanted to take a moment to say thanks to Chris Banks for all the work that he did for the Library Advisory Board over the years. We are delighted to have Councilor Sassy working with us. He has a very can-do attitude, and we do appreciate that. Just a few business matters first. The Library Advisory Board is a board of 8 voting members. 5 members must reside inside the city limits. 2 can live outside the city limits, and there's 1 Canby High School member. Unlike other city advisory boards, there are term limits on the Library Advisory Board. We believe in a turnover of ideas and giving more people a chance to say things. So the members are myself, I am the chair. Luke Biter is our student liaison, and here we have Christy Smith and Rick Mayer, and the other members who had work commitments and couldn't be here tonight: Linda Warwick, Jennifer Kraxberger, Amy Noss, and Tiffany Mack. I provided bios of everybody for you to see them, but I'm not going to go through those tonight. And obviously, Scott Sassy is our city council liaison. Marissa Eli is our library director. Amber Quinn is the library operations manager. The city council liaison and the library staff are non-voting members of the Library Advisory Board. Monthly meetings are held the 3rd Tuesday of every month from 5:30 to 6:30 here in the city council chambers. All meetings are open to the public and are broadcast and recorded. So just a very quick review of the charter per the city code. The full charter is attached at the end in attachment A. Our duties: developing long-range plans for library service and facilities consistent with city priorities, recommending types of library service for the city and its vicinity, investigating sources of funding for library services, participating in the annual budgetary process as that pertains to the library, recommending policies and procedures conducive to efficient and effective operation of the library, encouraging widespread public support and use of the library. And what we believe is our most important job is to be the voice of the residents of Canby to both the library and to the city council, and we take that job very seriously. So there have been a lot of changes over the past few months, including a new city manager, a new library director, and a new city council member assigned to the library. For those and other reasons, this is going to be an 18-month review, not a 12-month review. There's just been too many changes. The focus of last year's report was to summarize our accomplishments over the prior year and to look to the future. Well, that future is the now, and our report will reflect that. While making progress on a daily basis, especially in the last 6 months, we still have a way to go to get back to pre-COVID levels of service. One of our goals for last year was to determine what residents want and or need, for example, by using a survey, and which activities would attract more residents into the library. We were hoping to create and disseminate a full community survey to get input from Canby residents. However, there were no funds for such a survey. There is a small survey out right now that is totally via social media and the library's website. I hope you will participate and encourage others to do the same. The survey is due by May the 4th. Our most important goal for last year was to get our hours and programs back to pre-COVID levels. That was not accomplished. While library staff continues to make progress on an almost daily basis, programming for teens is still lower than pre-COVID levels. We recently modified library hours that make it easier for working people to visit the library in person in the evening and to allow some evening teen and preteen programs. The addition of evening hours, however, meant losing an hour in the morning that was used by parents with small children and many of our senior citizens. Our most significant accomplishment from last year was to spend time in education. And in order to continue to do this, we've written a draft of the history, not just of the library, but of the role of the Library Advisory Board and their accomplishments over the years. We believe board members who understand how the library operates in Canby, how the city operates, as well as how libraries operate in Clackamas County, will be more effective board members. Library staff have also been extremely helpful with this. This will be an ongoing effort. This document will probably be a draft for a long, long time. We are using this document as well as an extensive tour of the library as new board member orientation. We believe that this is very important. We found some deficiency where people really didn't understand how things worked, and it caused problems within the board. So just as we created a policy in the past to clarify for the public how to address issues, we will continue to do so. It recently came to our attention that there is no policy for accepting non-monetary gifts or a policy to address how to recognize monetary gifts of a certain sum. We are working with the library staff to remedy this. And in fact, I'm supposed to be working on that, but I had to do tonight's presentation instead. We will also continue to the best of our abilities to look for ways to help the library prepare for growth. We believe it is our job to communicate to current and prospective Canberra residents all the services that the library offers. So the issues. The biggest issue we are hearing from residents is the hours that the library is open, more specifically, the lack of Sunday and evening hours. It is our conclusion that the residents of Canby are not being adequately served by the current hours the library is able to provide to Canby area residents. As a result of not being open evenings for the past few years, our teen population lost access to the only free evening activities and place to hang out in Canby. Thinking of the future, as we send our high school graduates off to college or post-secondary training or jobs, do we want them to think of Canby as not a good place to raise a family once they're at that point in their lives, as there is nothing for teenagers to do? We also think our police and business owners would be supportive of safe alternatives for teens. It is also the only free meeting place for adults who work during the day and can only meet in the evening. The reason we were able to stay open in the evenings pre-COVID was by using part-time pages, and the library has lost 4 of those positions. The second issue is that the library lost their full-time bilingual librarian, Spanish-English, shortly before COVID and has not been able to fill this position due to staff cuts. Given that the library district has an Hispanic population of approximately 20 to 25%, we feel this is a major underserved population. There are currently no Spanish programs. Those are the 2 issues that we feel are the most important issues for the library right now. We do, however, also want to acknowledge that all of you, it's your job to deal with competing demands for city funding, and you have difficult jobs determining the best use of city funds. However, we also believe in the present and future of Canby, and we believe that a strong and vibrant library is essential to our city. Actually 2 last items. During the last year of multiple administrative changes, the current staff has worked hard to provide high levels of service and display extraordinary professionalism, and we would like to publicly thank them for all their efforts and tell them how much we appreciate what they do. We would also like to thank the Friends of the Library for their ongoing support of normal programs, plus the new additions to the Makerspace and the new Seed Library, which I've already used. And that Luke Viter, our student member, would also like to make a comment.
Good evening. My name is Luke Viter. I'm a senior this year at Canby High School and the current teen liaison to the library board. I wanted to take a moment to express to you all that I feel the library is at a point where it needs your help in growing to meet the needs of today's Canby teens. I'm sure you don't need me to remind you, but teens' lives are so often taken up by homework, extracurriculars, jobs, spending time with friends, and simply needing rest. With the library's current hours that have resulted from COVID, it can be extremely difficult for teens to attend programming at the library. This is a major disservice to a crucial portion of Canby's population. And although my time on the board will soon be coming to an end, my hope is that future generations of Canby teens will be able to enjoy a library restored to its full potential. I hope that you will join the library board in realizing that vision. Thank you.
And Marissa has some announcements too.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Thanks for having us here. My name is Marissa Ely. I'm the library director. I'm mostly just here to plug some really awesome stuff that's going on in the library. First of all, we're having a library open house on May's first Thursday. So that's going to be from 5 to 8 on May 2nd. And it's going to be a party where you also kind of learn about what the library does, because I think we've realized that a lot of people don't know how many things you can do with your library card. And this is going to be the first time also that we're actually doing a back staff workroom tour, so people can actually go and see what we do behind the scenes. So if you're interested, please come to that. Another event we're having, and we're partnering with the city, Jamie and Tyler here. We're doing a Canby job fair on May 1st. That's going to be from 11 to 1. A bunch of businesses in the Canby area are going to come by. So any of those businesses who are looking for people to come work for them, they are going to be there at the job fair. And again, that is May 1st from 11 to 1 at the library. Lois did a great job of trying to speak about the current survey we have. It's 10 questions. You can access it via the library website or social media. You don't have to have a library card to answer the questions, but this would really help us understand what kind of service levels that this community wants right now. And then finally, we were lucky enough to be granted a grant from the State Library of Oregon to have a paid teen summer intern. So that's going to be basically between June and August of this year. The application, the job posting is open and the applications are due by the end of this month on the 28th. So if you know any teens who are currently at the Canby High School who also are ages 16 to 19 who want a paid summer internship at the library, please tell them to apply. You can go to the City of Canby website basically to get more information on that. And then other than that, I just wanted to thank the library board and Lois for making that presentation and just basically say that I feel like we are going in an incredible direction right now. We've been receiving a lot of grants and donations from all over the place. And honestly, the excitement from this community and the board has meant a lot to library staff who've been obviously undergoing an immense amount of change this last year. But we're going in a really good direction. And we just wanted to thank the library board, including Lois here, the chair, Luke, who is outgoing right now as our teen representative. And then I did also want to publicly thank library staff for the incredible amount of work that they do day in and day out. So thank you for having us. And
do you have any comments or questions for us?
That's a dangerous thing to ask a bunch of elected officials. I'll start off by just saying thank you for the report. I really do appreciate getting that update. And to you and the library team, it has been a year of change and adjustment. And I thank you for stepping in and adding the vibrance and energy that was needed to really kind of revive and add some more excitement to the library. So you and your team have done an amazing job, and we really do appreciate it. It is a big lift in terms of the library and hours and what does that look like. And so I'm sure that you have a number of ideas that you've been sharing with Eileen as we are coming up here pretty close, not on the heels of budget conversations and budget season. So I'm sure we'll see some of those ideas come forth in that conversation. So we look forward to that. So thank you for all that you do and the update. Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, to echo the mayor's comments, it has been a year. And I just want to commend you for taking the reins and really turning things around. And I can tell when I walk in morale is good, things are happy, and I credit you for that, so good job. And my next question is actually for Luke. Are you recruiting your replacement?
Thank you, I meant to ask.
You better get on that before graduation, boy.
Should we reach out to the principal and see about holding up like his diploma? I'm just saying.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Couple names, we need like top three.
We need top three. Top three names, then you can have your paper.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Counselor Stearns.
Thanks, Luke, for your job on here.
I have a question just out of curiosity. Keep mentioning reduced hours due to COVID. Is that due to budget cuts during COVID, or just you haven't been able to find personnel?
It's a variety of different reasons. We used to be open from 10 to 8 Monday through Thursday, and then 10 to, I think it was 5 or 6, I can't remember if it was 6 or not, Friday, Saturday, and then we did have open hours on Sundays for half days. That was pre-COVID though. But since COVID and basically just kind of some budget shortfalls and whatnot, we basically had to essentially lose several staff members, including our library page position. And part of the reason for that was because some of the ARPA funding, our previous library director was really hoping to be able to put in an AMH machine, which is a machine that checks in your items quickly and sorts them and whatnot. And in anticipation of getting that machine, we didn't rehire several pages that we had lost. And so now we're down those positions, which were one of the reasons why we were able to be open until 8 p.m. And then there's just some other reasons with, everything going up in price, inflation, COVID issues, I mean, a million different things. But at this point, one of the things that I've been trying to do with the library board is trying to help everybody understand kind of the information that we are dealing with right now, which includes the fact that out of all of the libraries in Clackamas County, we have the least amount of staff, and we are actually open about somewhere in the middle of the amount of hours as opposed to all the other libraries. And so right now, as I'm sure you guys noticed, we were open from 9 to 6 after COVID, and now it's 10 to 7. So we haven't been able to expand hours, we've just been able to shift them. But obviously that presents issues for everybody who used to come in from 9 to 10. So at this point, I don't see us being able to open for Sunday hours or open or extending any hours at this point, just with the current budget we have. But I can tell you something that is making me feel a little bit better is that all of the directors in Clackamas County, we are talking about what a new tax district could look like, just because we have a lot more people who are coming to our area and who are needing library services. And so right now, the fact that we are trying to use the same amount of budget funds every single year for that growth has almost just been impossible. And then you also factor in the fact that not only are we being asked to provide physical materials, but COVID made digital materials very popular right now. So we're using the same budget pot to essentially pay for the same amount of physical items and now digital items, and we basically keep shrinking our staff group just to make sure we have the funds to do what we need to do.
Okay, so just to clarify my mind, so before COVID, you had more people?
Yes.
Because you had a bigger budget? Or because other costs have gone up to eat into the personnel budget? I'm trying to think, because before COVID, X amount of hours, now after COVID, X minus whatever hours, and so is that due because the funding went down, or is it because the funding stayed the same but the cost went up?
The latter.
The latter,
Yes. And I will just say too that the 4 page positions that we had, page positions are essentially like the starter library position, and so they get paid the least. It's really a great position to start with if you want to start working your way up into libraries. And so losing those 4 positions that, the pay was the least, they did a lot of our kind of backroom work, a lot of the shelving and the sorting and whatnot. And so now those duties have been absorbed by the staff above them, and they're not here for any more hours at this point. And so when you factor in all of those things, all of the COVID issues that basically, and costs and all of that stuff, basically we're getting a little bit more money here and there just because of the way the tax district is set up right now. But unfortunately, because costs are just astronomical and we're having to pay for more and more things ourselves. It's just kind of made an impossible situation, which is why, us sitting here today is a really big deal. And even though we don't have that many staff, enough to basically be open as many hours as the community wants, I'm really proud of us, and I know we're doing a great job, and we're doing as much as we can with what we have, and we're grateful for what we have. And that's why the past couple of months I've been working really hard to get as many donations and grants as possible, which is why this paid teen summer intern is a really big deal. Yeah, there's a bunch of issues, but it's nothing new. All the libraries are dealing with the same kind of issues right now, all the libraries in Oregon especially. And so I think there's some possibilities down the road, and we're starting to research what those could be.
Thank you.
Councilor Patton, you had a comment?
So I remember this machine being talked about when we were talking about the ARPA funds. And the way I understood it was that machine was cut out of that because it was deemed unnecessary. It was never, and maybe I'm understanding it incorrectly, and if it can't be answered tonight, that's fine. It was never proposed to us that this machine not getting this machine was going to cause a reduction in staff and thus impacting hours. So I know there was a lot of transitioning happening during that period of time, but I can tell you right now that if I had have known that when we were having that conversation, that machine would be on order. Because I think I have always been a proponent that we need to support our library more than what we do. And so I will continue to beat that drum, but again, I'm just one angry counselor, so there's only so much I can do.
Yeah, I just want to say that whole issue with the ARPA funding and the AMH machine, that was not your guys' fault. I don't think you guys got the correct information at the time on how much it would impact the library. So it has nothing to do with the decisions that you guys made. At that point, there was a lot going on behind the scenes that library staff were not really privy to, and so some of the decisions that were made we didn't know about and were out of our hands. It's the nicest way I can put it. And in the end, it affected us in really big ways, but I do want to just repeat again, it wasn't your fault. You guys did not have the right information at that time.
So Marissa, so you reduced staff with the understanding that piece of equipment was coming on, and since then, we just haven't been able to, are those positions still, are they still funded, just not filled?
No, we don't even have the funding for them at this point.
Okay.
I was a supervisor at the time that all of this was going on, and essentially, I think the previous director assumed that that machine would be put in place in all of that, and so eventually we had pages that were on their way out, and the positions just weren't filled, and we were told it was because of budget.
Okay.
Beyond that, I don't actually know much else. Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Sassy?
I just wanted to say it's been a joy working with them. I've only been there 3 times, but they do a good job. They handle their meetings appropriately. We had a little issue the other night, and it was resolved very quickly. Every one of them participated. You forgot the seed packet deal, though.
Oh, the seed library, yes. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, sorry. It feels like there's been so much negativity just around some of this stuff, but we're doing great things, including the fact that we now have a seed library. So you can literally come into the library and check out seeds. You don't have to return them, but you can plant them. Yeah, no. Actually, that would be really great. Give those to staff. I do love cucumbers. But anyway, you can come check out a bunch of different varieties of seeds. Technically, you do check them out, but the second you check them out, they check right back in. There's nothing due. But basically, our open house date on May 2nd, we're going to do our official seed library launch, where we actually have an old library card catalog that all the seeds are going to be put into. We're just trying to get that card catalog ready because it literally just got here.
Oh,
Yes, that's right.
So instead of library, like the Dewey Decimal System, it'll be little slide cards of seeds.
There will be no Dewey Decimal System for the seed library. Yeah.
So I'll just throw out with the seed thing. Normally, when people plant things in their garden, they don't understand just how much it's going to produce. And so it might be a good opportunity to partner with the folks at the Canby Center to say, if you have surplus Zucchinis is always a tough one, especially the big woody ones. But partner with them to then take that food over to the Canby Center to then be part of their offerings as well.
It's a great idea for the, to put a sign up on top of the seed bank to
Yeah,
do
if you
that.
have
'Cause that's what I do with my extra produce.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for. We are looking to partner with anybody that we possibly can to do more good in this community, because this community is awesome and supportive, and honestly, I'm very grateful to be here in this position, and very grateful that you guys have all been very supportive and willing to listen to what we have to say, so thank you.
I'm assuming you need a library card to check out the seeds.
You technically do, although if you came in and grabbed some seeds and left, no one would say anything. But one of the best ways to support the library is to get a library card and to use it. And like I said, your library card does so much more than just allow you to check out books and DVDs and whatnot. Obviously, you can check out seeds, but there's so many other things. And if you want to learn about what that can do, come to the open house on May 2nd.
Marissa, just to backtrack here, talking about the library district. So 5 years ago, we'll say 5, might have been shorter or longer. Myself and a group of, I think, might have been friends of the library board members, participated in a rather large, cantankerous meeting about the library district and the position that we were in of that we have this large section of Canby residents whose library dollars go to Oregon City, and having a back and forth conversation about how do we restructure that piece. Where does that stand? Is that part of all this conversation? And do we need to, put on the body armor and go in and start?
I'm going to take that away from Marissa because she was.
And then I'll answer.
Yeah. So the, Irene really drove that project, and it's a very sensitive project to those people who live in that area, because several of them are big users of the library, and they look at their tax bill and they see the money going to Oregon City. So yes, it was a very contentious issue. And after the previous city manager got here, so I had graduated at the time to the Library Advisory Board from the Friends, and we were told by the city manager that we were not allowed to discuss that topic, and that was it. There was no discussion whatsoever anymore going forward about that. So and we were literally told that in a meeting.
Yeah, I just remember that meeting that there was a lot of people, and again, that there was other cities within Clackamas County that are in somewhat the same situation that we are, where we have our library users having their library district dollars going into another city. I think Gladstone was one of them, and I think there was, I'll just end it there. But basically, the county librarian basically shut the whole thing down, saying it's a non-discussion piece. It's not going to happen. It would require a total redoing of the library district. So that sounds kind of like where we're headed.
Yeah, and I would say I've had enough conversations with other directors in Clackamas County that I think we're all starting to be on the same page that that's not the way forward, because all that's doing is passing the same amount of money around from one library to a different library. And that's why we're starting to talk about what a new tax district could look like, because it would get all of the libraries more money. And at this point, one of the things that we've had a lot of people come to us about is the fact that we're not fine-free. And what I've had to share with people and educate people on is the fact that in the greater Portland metro and most of Oregon, the amount that people pay for their library in taxes is so much less than like Washington County and Multnomah County. You're paying more taxes there, and so yes, you don't have to pay fines for returning things late, but technically your tax dollars, because you're paying more, are actually helping that happen. And so here, one of the things that we tried to do, because we do believe it's a problem that gets into access issues and what with the library, because we want people to use their library no matter what, even if they return stuff late. We were able to move from 25 cents a day per item down to 10 cents. However, that fine money is one of the ways that we pay for a certain portion of our budget. And so we did go down in fines to help, all the Clackamas County community members. However, that has eaten up a part of our budget. And so at this point, that LDAC conversation, which is something we all constantly talk about, it is just a lot of fighting. And I think in the end that moving that same amount of money around is not going to do anyone any good except get everybody in a tussle. So I think a new tax district is the way to go. And it doesn't mean that the taxes would be that much more, but we're starting to research what that more could look like while also not impacting all of these community members in big ways. But when it really comes down to it, the public libraries are being asked to do more and more with less and less. And at this point, we just really need a lot of support to get us more money all around so we can do more with what we have. So, yeah, I was here when Irene, the previous director, was here, and she was awesome. I learned a lot from her, and at this point, I'm still in the learning process of trying to learn about all of this stuff, but I'm very, very passionate about this community and about this library and about the board and all of our staff, and I really think that we're going in the right direction, and I will do my best to find as many funding streams as I possibly can that will impact people the least amount.
Well, please keep us posted on the whole LDAC conversation. Absolutely. Because that'll be a big deal, so.
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the update and for being here. Appreciate it. Next on our agenda is the approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda that includes the minutes of the April 3rd, 2024 City Council work session and regular meeting, and the off-premises OLCC application for wine Wayfair located at 138 South Hazeldale Way, number 105.
Motion's been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Maldonado to approve the consent agenda, which include the April 3rd, 2024 City Council work session and regular meeting minutes, and then also includes the approval of off-premises OLCC application for Wine Warfare LLC located at 138 Southeast Hazeldale Way. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 6-0. Moving into ordinances and resolutions, item number A is Resolution 1401, a resolution authorizing the transfer of appropriated funds within the fiscal year 23-24 general and library funds budget. Welcome, Scott.
Hello.
It's good to see you.
Good to be seen.
So what do you got for us?
What do I got for you today? Well, the first one up is for the council to consider adopting the resolution as presented to allow for the transfer of appropriated contingency funds. I don't have a lot of background on the one with the emergency operations plan. That I think occurred before I showed up. However, that Chief Tro had provided the information in the staff report. But basically, in a nutshell, this was AC Disaster Consulting we had gone through an RFP, and those who were selected to do the city's emergency operation plan. However, when the budget was passed, there was not enough funding in that line item to cover that. So this is basically just to pull money out of contingency, just to be able to expend for those for the services, just because we're not allowed to expend until we have money to appropriate. So that's what this is basically doing.
So Council, you may recall that this is one project that you appropriated ARPA dollars to. So we're just putting the money in the right spot.
Okay. Moving funds from one bucket to the correct bucket.
Correct.
Okay. Perfect. Any questions for staff on this one? And again, for those of us up here, this is very similar to what you're going to see probably coming to us here as we wrap up the fiscal year here in May and June, where there'll be a lot of just kind of tightening up of certain funds and whatnot, so that we're, again, putting money into correct buckets and shoring things up. So there'll be more conversations like this coming up, so just kind of for your radars. Okay, great. Scott, thank you.
The second one is for the library fund. As you know, the information that we have here is that resolution number 1388 was authorizing an interfund loan from the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund to the library fund. Basically, it's that little $500,000 amount to float them, through operations. When I dug into this a little further, it looked like there was an approval for that you guys had passed. However, there was also a interest piece added onto that. And that interest piece happened not to be included in the original budget. So in order to actually pay the interest that was approved through this resolution 1388, we need to move money over to basically make sure that we cover the interest payment out of the debt service. Because
Scott, that stuff makes me twitch.
I'm sorry.
Can we make sure that we don't?
Don't twitch, it's
well,
okay.
Can we make sure that we don't, when we're having those conversations, that those things are factored in the future?
This would be a great time to let you know that I plan on not putting that interest component into this next coming fiscal year, as it's an operating piece, which I did some research. I even called the DOR, who's the authoritative budget, and there is no requirement in budget law that we have to charge an interest rate on an operating interfund loan.
Well, right, because we're robbing Peter
to pay Paul.
Right.
If this was for a capital project or something to that effect, then an interest component could be included into it, but we can also say the interest could be zero.
So we just charge ourselves interest?
Exactly.
Gotcha. I just want to make sure.
So the purpose of this item is, this is a one-time budget transfer that will take care of the fact that we appropriated interest payments this year, but we're not recommending this practice from here on out.
And verified that with DOR. Perfect. When I made a phone call.
Okay. Didn't mean to jump in on that on you like that, but it just seemed to be.
Not a problem.
When I was reading it, it had a bit of a head scratcher to begin with, so, great. Did you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, I mean, since this is an interfund loan, is there any way that the cemetery fund can forgive the interest and let the library keep their $27,000 or whatever it is?
The only other option I think we could do is go back and say to repeal a portion of 1388, but you've already put that in motion.
What say you, Mr. Mayor?
At this stage of the game, I think we have to eat the dog food that we were given here on this one and make sure we don't do it again.
Well, unfortunately, it's the library that's eating the dog food.
No, I understand that,
I was trying to help fix it.
I don't know, it doesn't sound like it's something that we can walk back at this point.
Well, like I said, I think you possibly could. I mean, I would probably have to dig a little deeper into the budget law to see. But I don't see why you couldn't go back and say we repeal a portion of 1388 in regards to the interest portion.
Mr. Doofman?
Yeah, I was going to say, do you have anything to weigh in on that, Mr. Doofman?
I can't see him, so.
I'd love to be able to say I do, but I don't. That's a question I've never encountered before. So I think, with Scott's take on it, intuitively it makes sense, but I definitely would, like Scott said, let's look at that a little bit before we do it. So maybe that's something we could do and bring it back if that's a realistic option.
Leave it to me to stump the attorney. I would propose that we table this and explore that option, if my colleagues agree.
Counselor Patton.
Is there a way to split this apart and do the one that we know is good and at least get that?
It's two different resolutions, so we can do it.
No.
No.
No, it's all
the
the
same
same.
resolution.
Isn't it? 1402?
1402 is something
1402
different.
is
Oh, I
something different.
apologize. I'm sorry.
So is there a way to amend
We can
the,
amend the resolution.
well, have we even made the motion?
No.
No.
Okay.
Point of clarification, we're asking for 14. The 27 includes the Friends of the Library payment that was also not budgeted.
What's the Friends of, will you explain that piece to us, please?
Friends of the Library?
That's not interest?
No. My understanding, because I tried to understand this too, is there is, the Friends of the Library has something over in the library.
The bookstore.
Thank you. That I think people can go and make some purchases, and then those funds go to the library, but then the library turns around and pays back the Friends of the Library. So it's a one-to-one type transaction. It's under special payments in the library, and we didn't actually budget for that. So theoretically, it should match what the revenue came in for, and then it should go out at the same dollar amount. And then when the Friends of the Library make their donation, and to whatever donation they have, it's on another level. So we're just trying to make sure the special payment and the amount that we're collecting are the same dollar for dollar. And that $13,000 amount was not appropriated. And so we're appropriating that payment back.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So it's $14,000 is the debt service.
Is the interest piece,
Interest
yes,
payment.
correct.
Okay, but still, $14,000 to the library is a lot of money.
I disagree. Counselor Stearns.
I was just thinking about this. Isn't the purpose of the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund to be there for when the plots are all used up to care for it? And isn't the purpose of the fund to earn money interest so that that will have a bigger pot for the future? And so if we were to forgive the interest on it, wouldn't that be the same thing as saying we're going to have less money in that fund for growing, and the fund is not, at least from the $500,000 perspective, fulfilling its purpose? I'm just kind of thinking over.
Sure.
I think we're kind of talking like there would be no cost, but in essence, I think there may be a cost. And if we wanted to forego that cost, that it's something I think we should be aware of when we're doing it. So obviously, we're taking $500,000 out of having the ability to earn interest, then there's a cost to that fund. And so
Okay.
I just kind
You
of.
make a good point. I roll back what I said, but I do have a question. You said that you weren't going to put these interest payments in future loans. So how about we not borrow from a fund that we're going to be robbing the interest from?
I'd have to go back and look and see what interest the Cemetery Perpetual Care is even making. I didn't have any idea that it was actually in an interest-bearing account.
0.000.
Well, if it's not, it should be an interest-bearing account, because that's the purpose, perpetual. That's the perpetual part of it, right?
We can loan it to the fire district and charge them 6%? You in? Okay.
Okay, I roll back my comment on
Well, I don't-
tabling it then.
Well, I don't know if it's a
Table
bad
that.
idea. Counselor Patton?
So I guess to me, I understand where you're coming from. Why did I just, Counselor Stearns. Yes, I was going to say Counselor Daniel, and that is not right at all. So the fact of the matter is the cemetery, the pessimist in me says, well, the cemetery is a sinking ship anyways, and whether there's never going to be enough money in that perpetual care fund to take care of all those buried people out there. So eventually it's going to suck the life out of the city eventually. So whether they have $14,000 of interest now or not really doesn't make that much of a difference in 50 years. I would like to see us move in the next 5 years or so to where the library has a buffer amount of money that they don't have to make this thing. Back in the olden days, when I was originally on the budget committee, I worked to try and set something like that up, and somehow it went away. So that is one thing that I think if we can, as a city, move forward in our budget to make sure they have that buffer that doesn't get eaten up every year to make this up, would be ideal. Clearly, I love the cemetery.
Clearly.
Well, I
You're
think
going to
that,
need one someday.
I think that should be revisited when the library district is revisited.
Yeah.
So I guess to go back, is there still the,
Do we want to amend this resolution or not?
I would like some more information to see if this money was originally in an interest-bearing account, and if it was, what that interest really was, and is this interest we're paying into it more than what it was making in market value, to make sure apples are apples, would be my hope.
Okay, then, Mr. Mayor, I can make a motion, then we'll amend it, and then we'll see if it flies, okay? I move to adopt Resolution 1401, a resolution authorizing the transfer of appropriate funds within the FY 23-24 general and library fund budgets, excluding the $14,000 interest payment to come up at a later date.
Second.
Mr. Doofman, is that the appropriate motion here?
I think it works. Yes, I think it works if I just want to clarify the intent that the council would come back, we, I guess, staff would come back with more information and hopefully an explanation about whether we can or can't with respect to the interest, and you close it out in the future, right? That $14,000 piece.
Correct, it would come back to us as a separate resolution if we need to transfer it.
Yeah, I think that's fine, and then you would, eventually amend this, and that can be done after, that's okay, just before it's signed, or even just interlineation. I think it'd be nice to clean it up, but the motion and the second and voting on it for today's purposes is fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So basically, just make sure I've got this and that Maya has it as well. So approve 1401, a resolution authorizing the transfer of appropriated funds within the fiscal year 23-24 general fund and library fund, or library funds budget, minus the $27,000.
$14,000 interest payment.
Yeah.
We still have to pay the Friends of the Library. I'm okay with that. It's the $14,000 debt service that will come back to us. Maya, you got that?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have that 14,000, minus the 14,000 debt service for further discussion at a future date. Okay. Any further questions or conversation?
Well, I would like to have that piece is, if that perpetual cemetery fund, is it being invested in a way that there'll be at least maybe a little bit of money left in the future? If there was not any interest in at all being borne by that money in that account, then obviously it makes no difference. But I think the purpose of the perpetual part of the fund should be at least attempted to be honored by, so that's kind of my own comment on that we shouldn't be, I think by borrowing money without interest is taken away, I think what it should be.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion or comment? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That carries 6-0. So in regards to Counselor Stern's comments, Eileen, are you clear on kind of what we're hoping, or
Yes.
you and Scott clear kind of what we're hoping to bring back? Maybe
Yeah.
the second meeting in May, if need be, or, I don't know.
Yeah, just depends on how much time it takes to.
Perfect.
The city's general checking is not interest-bearing. The LGIP account, the local government investment, is interest-bearing, and we don't have separate accounts for separate funds. It's all pooled together.
Okay.
So trying to isolate what interest is from one fund from another when it's all pooled together will take some additional time. This ain't going to be a quick calculation that I would be able to pull out of, especially right now with budget season.
Okay. I'll let you two discuss that, and maybe Eileen and I can talk about that on Tuesday at our meeting. Okay. Okay. All right. Any other Yes, Ms. Mai.
Mr. Mayor, did I miss that was there a second?
I seconded it.
Okay,
Counselor Patton
thank
did.
you.
Okay, so item B under ordinances and resolutions is resolution number 1402, a resolution authorizing the City of Canby's delegated purchasing manager to increase the city's contracting and procurement policy thresholds to match revisions passed by the Oregon State Legislative Assembly in Senate Bill 1047. Scott, again.
Hey. So this one is, I think, long overdue because we should have probably have done this after we found out January 1, Oregon increased their levels of procurement pertaining to ORS 279. What this primarily does is it as I've described into the information here, it moves that sliding small intermediate thresholds, primarily the intermediate side, from 15 to 25,000 is the minimum. So if it falls under that, it's considered a small procurement, which means individuals can go out and just purchase the item. If it's between 25 and 250,000, then it still requires the individual to go and get 3 informal quotes. It could be on a napkin, it can be an email, it can basically just be something that in the eyes of an auditor that we did our due diligence to find the product that met our specifications, that we deemed to be reasonable. Price point is just one of the 4 items that has, so it doesn't have to be the lowest cost. Nothing in the law says it has to be the lowest cost that we go with. So these basically just allow Eileen as the delegated purchasing manager, according to our current policy, to move that threshold up to $25,000 to $250,000. I can give you a recent example that I was just informed of is there was a pump that needed to be replaced immediately, and the price came in at like $11,900. That would basically mean that this individual would have to take the time to go find 2 additional vendors on top of the one that they saw or found and get different pricing. They'd have to get, does this pump produce as many cubic feet per minute or what CFMs? Anything to that nature. So they have to do a bunch of more homework. If this is something that needed to be done right away, then we're talking about additional administrative costs, delays, et cetera, et cetera. So this basically helps with administrative time and effort to basically go get it. Not only that, but we're also equaling ourselves to what the state of Oregon has already passed. So it makes it a lot easier with when we're talking about law.
Okay.
So it just simply takes away the need for extra quotes.
Doesn't take away the need for extra quotes, it just matches our current policy threshold. It moved from 10 to 150 to 200 to 25,000 to 250 for the intermediate portion. Anything over 250,000 still requires a formal process, request for proposals, going out and finding individuals, information to bids, those kind of things, to where we can do a request for a proposal when it's over that threshold of 250. But it just it moves that scale up to a little bit, and it kind of brings us in line with the costs that everything are going up for.
Right.
You know, $25,000 when you bought your last vehicle is now,
Yeah, okay.
you know.
But council, this doesn't change the city's charter requirement.
Yeah.
So even if we have 3 quotes for 250,000, it will still come back to you for adoption of an ordinance at a first and second reading because of that charter requirement.
Got it. Okay. Counselor Patton, question?
I move to adopt resolution number 1402, a resolution authorizing the City of Canby's delegated purchasing manager to increase the city's contracting and procurement policy thresholds to match revisions passed by the Oregon State Legislative Assembly and Senate Bill 1047.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Patton and seconded by Councilor Maldonado to approve resolution number 1402, a resolution authorizing the City of Canby's delegated purchasing manager to increase the city's contracting and procurement policy thresholds, to match revisions passed by the Oregon State Legislative Assembly in Senate Bill 1047. Any further discussion or comment?
And I just want to thank Eileen for reading my brain and knowing what I was really trying to ask.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 6-0. Scott, thank you very much.
Now that I know you have to read all those, I'll make it longer.
All right, moving into old business. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if we could jump on the agenda to the Highway 99 construction, since we have a number of people in the audience that are waiting.
Council is okay with that to move
Out
the,
of order, sure. No problemo.
okay. Then I guess we'll move forward with the item D, which is the Highway 99E construction update. Is the whole posse coming up? Few of you? We were trying to hold the meeting sooner so you could see, 99E and I'm just kidding.
In all its glory.
I'm sure you don't hear that enough, do you? How are you guys?
Good.
Good, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, Mayor Hudson. My name is Paul Scarlett. I'm Area Manager, Metro East and Region 1. This area is part of my portfolio. I'm joined tonight with Jamie Miller, Construction Project Manager. We've got back in attendance with us Caitlin Jackson, who is our Community Affairs Coordinator. And we've got Robert Mystic and Helen Asper, who are part of Jamie's inspections team to make sure the construction's compliant. We thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to share some information on the 99E Canby paving project. I'm sure everybody's aware there's a lot of impacts, and I acknowledge that it's been quite a challenge, but we are very focused on getting through it and completing the work, hopefully by end of October is the plan. I've had conversation with Chief Davis, Fire Chief Davis, and we are addressing issues as they come up. And we, of course, appreciate the partnership we have with the City of Canby in working through the various aspects of this project from several years ago to some of the stop and start that we've had to do. Was it Director or Public Director, Jerry Nelson? Hey, thank you. You've been so great over the years working with us and working through some issues. So we've got a PowerPoint we'll go through. I'm going to cover some of them, sort of overview, and Jamie will go into the sort of more technical and schedule stuff. So is someone running the slides? Thank you. Yeah, so we'll start with, I think a lot of you know what the project is, but essentially we're doing a lot of improvements. This is part of 99E. Highway 99E is one of the last major portion to receive major upgrade. And the upgrade essentially includes a number of items such as traffic signals. We're including new detectors that will, of course, help traffic to run more smoothly through the area. We're reconstructing several short sections of sidewalks. So there's some sidewalk areas that's not infilled, and we want to, of course, get those connected to provide walkways for non-vehicle folks. Updating striping. The striping kind of meanders around. It's not consistent. And so by doing the striping, we're going to have it more consistent for the lane width to encourage slower and safer speeds. We're also adding new bicycle lanes. There are some lanes out there, but striping isn't quite consistent along the corridor. And so on both sides of the highway between Southwest Berg Parkway and South Elm Street. We're also adding, this is a great feature, anytime we do major paving, we're required to upgrade the ADA ramps. The Americans with Disability Act is a requirement standards to meet those, to allow for others to use our roadways and sidewalks. And so we've got 70 ADA ramps, that's a lot. And we're doing them by sections and by sidewalks. Jamie will go into that in a little bit more detail. We'll go to the next page. Improvements also include, and this was something that we had conversations with early in the design phase. We partner with Canby Area Transit on improvements to add 6 bus shelters to increase safety and access for transit users. We're also, and this work occurred last, what is it, I think, either 4th of July or Labor Day. We removed some unused railroad tracks and realigned the tracks still in use across 99E, diagonally near South Pine Street to eliminate a hazardous area for crossing the tracks. The last item on here is replace cracked underground storm pipe. That bullet point really doesn't do the problem we ran into justice. It was unforeseen. You're talking about close to 11,000 linear feet of pipe, and as soon as the contractor got, dug into the ground, it was very obvious that this was in really poor shape, and we had to come to a standstill, reevaluate, redesign, and seek additional funds, lots of millions of dollars, because it would be irresponsible of us to pave over pipes, and as soon as you do that and you start to run traffic over it, it would just make it even worse. So we partnered with the consultant, PBS, who was a design consultant, to work with us, and the contractor, K&E, has been very helpful, great partners in getting through all the sort of discoveries, the stop and goes, and we are now at a place where we're replacing those pipes. It takes time, but we're almost halfway through the pipe replacement, and that work is it's time consuming, but we're feeling very confident that what the result will be, what you'll be left with in the City of Canby along 99E is a really well improved roadway with amenities such as sidewalk and bike lanes, and of course what you can't see underground is a really good storm sewer pipe that shouldn't should work and hold up for many years to come. I think, what is it, 70-year pipe or something? It's an old pipe that's under there. And it was unreinforced, and so things happen. I can stop there. We have a website, Canby Paving, that provides a lot of information about the various aspects of the project, and of course, we've got a slide at the end for contacting me or Caitlin for more information. So I'll turn it over to you, Jamie. Thank you.
Okay, so schedule, we're still trying to meet our October 31st deadline. That is our goal. We are actually going to be starting to work 6 days a week. You're going to see a part of a shift this Saturday, but then they're going to start doing full shifts because they just informed us yesterday, or today actually, they're going to work this Saturday. So schedules are ever changing. So we're going to be working 6 days a week, 8 to 10 hour shifts every one of those days. So next slide, please. So before we could really get into main paving, we needed to replace all of our storm pipe underneath the highway there. We're mostly got our main storm that's runs down the length of through town, about a mile. Our next sections we're going to be doing is the connections to our inlets, and so those are going to take time. With underground work before paving, we're going to have to do all of our electrical, so we're updating with all of our 70 curb ramps we're putting in. We also have to put in new push buttons. So all the electrical for that work has to be done before we can pave. So, and then finishing the ADA ramps, we have 17 completed out of 70. For those of you who don't know the count, so it's 2 per corner. So that's why there's so many, even though there's not that many corners through town. So, and then starting next week, Monday or Tuesday, we're gonna actually start doing our deep dig out repairs in the right lanes through town. We're gonna be starting at Berg, working our way north on the south side of the highway. So we're digging down roughly 22 inches, in some areas another 12 inches, if the subgrade is bad. So you're gonna really start seeing, you thought you were busy now, we're really gonna get busy when we start digging. So and we're doing that both sides of the highway on those outside lanes closest to the sidewalks. Next slide, please. So current impacts, I'm sure it feels like you never know what you're going to drive to every morning. But right now we are going to have 24 hours, 7 days a week closures. Right now Ivy is closed for roughly the next 3 weeks. Elm is scheduled to reopen next week. Give it a week or two and then it'll probably be closed again, just by how we're going to end up segmenting the work. So as soon as we know we're going to have those closures, Caitlin is sending out messages to let folks know when that's happening. The PCMS boards that you guys see flashing all the time, we do update those messages when we know we're going to change that. So pay attention to those. They do become kind of blind to everybody because you see them every day. The messages do change. So with the kind of the closures, we're going to have the pedestrian curb ramp or detours. We do have, as shown in this picture, all the business accesses are marked with blue cones and business access signs. So we're trying to maintain all the accesses as much as we can. When we get into the deep dig out repairs, it's going to be difficult, but we're going to try to maintain access. There may be short periods of time when we're digging through that we're not going to be able to have that access. But we're going to do the best we can. Emergency service coordination, we had a run through today, I believe. I don't know if you want to speak to that now, how that went. How'd that go today? Because I didn't actually hear.
Yeah, well, first of all, I wanted to thank you guys for the responsiveness. I mean, the minute we called, you guys were on it, K&E was on it, and we really appreciate the collaboration between everybody as far as making that work, so thank you. And they also invited fire to the weekly meetings that are taking place, as well as police has been there at the weekly meetings. But anyway, with that, yes, they actually had brought on some additional flaggers so that because with that single lane, the way it was designed, there was no place for people to go for an emergency vehicle, police, or fire. And so we came up with the design basically that they'll have flaggers there. And if we have to turn north on Ivy, the flagger will actually move the barrels so that we can get by and do that. And they can also get traffic moving too, whether it's turning right onto Ivy or Grant, so that they can actually get the traffic moving as police and fire are coming up. So I really appreciate the planning on it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, if there's issues, definitely reach out to my team or K&E and to Caitlin, and we're going to try and resolve it. Because we are doing a lot of unique things that you don't typically see, but it's getting us in and getting us out as fast as we can. So we really appreciate it. Next slide, please. So what's happening next? We kind of already talked about this. We're going to be starting that deep pavement repair on next Monday, Tuesday. It's going to take a little bit because we got to reconfigure traffic control. Our goal and the contractor's goal really is to be done by that October 31st. We're going to have the additional lane shifts. We are trying to utilize as much space as we can to get the work done and get in and out. Side streets will be closed, kind of the same, kind of a rinse and repeat of the same kind of stuff you're seeing now. It's going to just continue and shift down the road as we move things down the road. And then it'll, like I said, repeat on that on that south side. So next slide, please. So I know we've been asked
question.
we've been asked this question a lot. So why are we closing 2 intersections at a time? So right now it's allowing us, or it was a couple weeks ago when we had both Grant and Elm closed and Ivy open on the highway. So it allowed us also, normally we have to have 3 out of the 4 corners open at once, or to be able to have accessibility. With us doing the way we did it, we could take out 4, although that whole side at one time, and detour the pedestrians in the closed lanes. So we're actually able to get more done by having that closed the way we did. Also with safety and moving traffic from one side of the road to the other, we need the space to safely get cars moved in and around that work area. So I don't know if there's any questions, more questions related to that. Okay, then next slide. Right turns allowed from side streets. When it is safe to do so, they're going to be open. It really will depend on what work we're doing and what's happening. So it's going to vary, but our goal is to have those open as much as we can. So next slide. That's all we got. So is there any questions for us?
Counselor Patton.
So thank you for coming in, and hopefully if you've watched any of these meetings, and I am at about a baseline 25% agitated all the time, so just take that into consideration, anybody out there too. So I appreciate the work that you're doing. I am jazzed that this is getting done, and thank you for moving this process forward. It would have been great to have it done a couple of years ago, but we're here now, and I try to tell people, look, I know that you're complaining about it the way it is, but you were complaining about it the way it was, so suck it up until it's done, and then you can complain about something else. The one seed I will plant, the couple seeds that I will plant is, I try to send out that link to the updates. You had it up there about what's going on.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't have the most current information about it.
Okay.
I know it's an undertaking, but if you could update that, because a lot of times in some of the Canby Facebook pages, when people are all keyed up, I just say, here's the link to it. And I've even gotten into sending out the one for Knightsbridge update and the 13th Avenue update, or Ivy, or whatever it is.
Ivy.
So that would be great. And then I'm going to do a preemptive plug to say that hopefully as we go forward, Canby's section of all that you're doing can sort of be towards the top of the list for crack sealing and those sort of things, so that now that the work is done, we can keep that pavement in top shape. Because, through Oregon City, there was all that work done, and now it is starting to get really bad. So if there's any way, I know you can't take bribes because it's a government organization, but if there's any way for us to stay on top of that list for those crack seals and things to keep this up and running real smooth, that would be great. So, thank you.
Councilor Patton, I do remember you from the Zoom meeting we had back in December when we requested the extension of noise ordinance, so I remember you. Thank you.
Councilor Davis.
Well, again, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for waiting on your presentation. But the one thing I learned in meeting with you and with K&E was the educational part. I think if people really dive into what is really going on out there, and understanding that the dry wells were full and the pipe is 1960 pipe, and they had other pipes running through the 1960 pipe, and I know we've been out there on natural gas leaks, and you guys have done it appropriately, but you found natural gas lines where they shouldn't have been, and so people just have to appreciate the amount of work that's being done. I just hope you haven't ran into any graves or anything out there yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Now, we really would have to stop. Archaeological stuff comes into play.
But no, thank you.
Thank you, Paul and Jamie, for being here and giving us an update. I was on the phone with a couple of our downtown businesses this week and very concerned about the decrease in traffic to the businesses because of the closures and whatnot. And so, it might be a conversation we all have about what we can do on that front. But I will say this about K&E. They've been doing a very good job. I know they're getting honked at and a few other hand gestures and things their direction, but really the crew out there has been doing a great job, and whoever they're partnering with flagging wise has done a great job as well. So
I was just about to say that flaggers have been absolutely phenomenal.
So please pass that along to them for us, that we do appreciate that. And to your point, Councilor Davis, it's an immense project. And I think when it was first announced that was going to be put on hold because of some pipes, I don't think everyone knew just how bad the pipe situation was, and is getting corrected. So, Jerry and I and a couple of us on here go back to when we were redoing First Avenue and the pipes that we discovered when we opened up First Avenue that didn't even show up on city mappings of any kind. So we are familiar with ghost pipes, and so we appreciate the work and whatnot. And I know, Paul, you get a lot of grief at the Region 1 Act meetings from us electeds, but really do appreciate you guys taking care of Canby the way you have, so thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
And we're happy to come back anytime. Actually, this is great to be in person. And so we appreciate the opportunity to share with you. And it's going to be, another 6 months? But if any major changes or even accomplishments, we're happy to share.
Yeah, please do. We want to hear the good stuff too.
Yeah.
So, and we want to share those as well, so.
Mayor, I'm wondering if we might be able to, after tonight, just take this segment of the meeting and post it on the website or post it somewhere so that we can just increase the amount of education that
Oh, that's a great
people-
idea.
Well, and I was
that
going to say
people have.
specifically the PowerPoint or the presentation that you
Yeah.
provided.
That's what you-
If we
yeah.
put it front and center on the website, I think that'd be great.
Yeah, we can, yeah, I think that's a great idea, Eileen. Now that we have a deputy city recorder, we can
Assist
make
with
her do
all of
that.
that too.
I'm sorry, what was that, Paul?
Caitlin can assist with any coordination effort to get the
And
word
put
out.
the link to the thing everywhere on.
Or just stick it in Canby now, it'll spread like wildfire.
Well, thank you both very much for hanging out and being here. Appreciate the update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate your patience.
Yes, Counselor Patton.
May a request be entertained to continue with the reordering of things and do the Canby Beer Library update next, please?
Actually, we were going to go to the Canby Beer Library next.
Okay, great. We're doing it in reverse. Thank you.
So next up under old business is item C, the Canby Beer Library update. Dun, 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 dun. Hello, sir.
Hi,
How are you?
Mayor Hodson,
Good to see you, sir.
City Commission. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I got some great pictures today.
Thanks for coming in there. I saw that.
Well,
That's great.
I wasn't there today. I just, I think he just stepped out the back, but one of our citizens was there today, or yesterday or today when you were, looks like you were doing some major demo work on the inside, so, and I did send those out to the council, so check your emails when you get home.
Great.
But some just demo work, so it's good. So you have an update for us?
Yes, I do. And I have a few slides to go over to show you the approved version of the project. On March 28th, we received our building permits from Clackamas County. If you can go to the next slide, please, Maya. And, you know, it's very, very similar to when I came here last year for the new city commissioners that are on. This is the former library building at 3rd and Hawley. It served the community for 24 years as the library. It was site-built in 1970 and then turned into the library building in 1990. At current state, when you drive by it, it's probably in the running for the ugliest building in Clackamas County / Canby, but we will work to change that. So as you see there, and you'll be able to really see this starting tomorrow because the walls are starting to be demolished. There will be one quadrant there where you see the 7 food carts that will be exposed. So those roof trusses were removed today. And then in the far quadrant, if you could do the next slide, please. There will be our brew pub. That'll be the second location for Oregon City Brewing Company. It'll be approximately 4,000 square feet on the right-hand side. There'll be packaging, bottling in there. There will be a large brew pub area, and there'll be 4 restrooms. The quadrant that you see that is in between those, see on the right-hand side, you would see the conditioned space that will be the brew pub space, and then on the left-hand side, it'll be the 7 food carts. In the middle there will be, it's approximately 3,700 square feet that will be covered 4-season patio area. So it'll have radiant heaters, and it'll be a great seating for all year round. Next slide, please. This is a view from Hawley, and the whole building will be stuccoed and weatherproofed. It already has a new roof on the main brew pub building. It has a TPO roof that's insulated. And then next slide. This is a view from the inside that you can actually really start to visualize now when you come into the property, retaining the original parallel cross trusses that are in there. We'll be putting some really large skylights that are in pedestals up above that sit on the roof. It's going to allow a lot of natural light in there, and we'll landscape it out. You can see a large glass wall. The bulk of that will be sliding on the left-hand side. So, when it's a nice day like today, you can really open it up and it'll just be this kind of indoor-outdoor thing, which we love to do. So I think it'll be great. Next slide, please. It's a view of the food carts. I'm happy to announce, and these, even outside of the pressure that I might hear from employees or city council, et cetera, the food carts are just chomping at the bit to get in here and to serve this community. So we have 7 food carts that independently owned and operated. They're leased out, and they will be non-transitory. So they're on 1-year leases, independently owned and operated, and then they all have RV-style hookups for utilities. So the utilities go to grease traps. They have 50-amp electrical circuits they plug into. This project will be natural gas hookups. Unlike my location in Oregon City with propane there. So I think this will be a lot safer, better solution. Next slide, please. This is a view looking at the back toward Holly Street. One change, if you could go back to the second slide. This one. So not shown on here, we will be doing a little bit of right-of-way work at the corner of 3rd and Holly here. There will be a fire hydrant that will be installed for Canby Fire. Our FDC will be right at that corner, so it'll be very convenient if there needs to be fire suppression. So there will be a little bit, and then speaking of lines that fail, we were planning to pull water services off the alleyway. There's a water line that comes through there. Turns out that that's not in good condition to service our needs, so it's going to be coming from 3rd Street. So there'll be water line there, there'll be backflow valves, and there'll be the hydrant that's not shown in this rendering. But our timeline is to get this thing open by the last week of July, is our tentative timeline. So roughly about 100 days of construction. By and large, there's a lot of site work, so there's a lot of concrete cutting, a lot of utilities to go in there. We have new electrical service that was installed, and we got our line connected last week. So we have a ton of power, which I'm really excited about. We've got 600 amps of 3-phase and 400 amps of single-phase. That's already installed. And this week, so we just started demolition on Monday, have made really, really great progress. And then so the walls will start being removed. Those are unreinforced, lightly reinforced in some places. Masonry goes down pretty quickly. Gravity takes it down. And that's part of the reason why the large expanse of the sidewalks have to be closed off. It's 15 feet tall, unreinforced masonry. So, as much as I'd love to have the parking back, when possible, we will snug up the fencing to the building. We did that last weekend to accommodate the farmer's market. I feel so terrible to take up so much space there. We do have the 3 adjacent intersections open for pedestrians, and I realize it's a burden to not have that parking. So we're going to do our best. Hold me to the fire if I don't beat ODOT on their timeline. So we should be open. I'm hoping for the latter part of this summer, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, Bryce, I appreciate you being here and giving us an update. I know that this is not the original dream, but I can only imagine the course corrections you've had to take as the economy has changed so dramatically and whatnot over the last 2 years since this project started to get going. So I appreciate you being tenacious to keep after it and trying to make it work. So I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Maldonado.
When are you expecting to put in your grease traps and your holding tanks?
We will do no holding tanks. There'll be a grease trap, and it'll go directly to the sanitized sewer. That will be roughly like 45 days, perhaps, out from now.
So it's going to be set up pretty similar to like what corner 14 is?
Exactly. So we're right across the street from
Yeah.
corner 14. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have 9 food carts there that are permanent. There we oversize it. It's a
I'm there every
GB.
Friday, I understand.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a 500-gallon grease trap.
Yeah.
It's buried. So I would, that part of it will be pretty early on in the project. I would say roughly 45 days from now.
Councilor Patton.
Thank you for coming in tonight and giving us an update. I greatly appreciate it. And I'm excited to get the update on the new opening date. Couple of questions / requests. If the date should change, I'm hoping that you would be willing to give us some keep us updated if that opening time needs to roll out, just so that we can continue to keep the citizens updated. Because obviously there's a bunch of people asking me questions about this, and that's I feel like an idiot when I can't answer those. So I appreciate that. And then also, I was curious if you would be willing to maybe. You have a banner on the fence now that has some information, but now that these plans seem to be pretty static of what that's going to look like, if you could maybe update that banner with 2 or 3 of the larger pictures of what the whole thing's going to look like and put it on the fence, just so that way people kind of can start to adopt the vision of what this is going to be and see how it progresses. I don't know if you'd be willing to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And as well, I think a difficulty with the communication is people are so visual, right? They want to see, they want to see work on the site, and so much of a project like this is getting to this spot where you can put a shovel into the dirt. So, actively, I think there'll be a lot of the communication will just be visual on the project, seeing what's happened. It's going to be highly visual. It's going to be. We were thinking about this week, how do you secure the site once the walls are down, that kind of thing, and lighting and cameras, and just trying to keep an eye on it. But I'll certainly keep in communication on if that timeline changes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilor Davis.
Thanks for coming, Bryce, and thanks for working with the building department and fire marshal and stuff like that. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any other comments or questions for Bryce at all?
I'm just happy he came. Now I can answer people's questions. Thank you.
Bryce, thank you, appreciate it. And community's looking forward to having a beer and eating some great food.
Yeah,
so.
I am too. Thanks so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you later. Again, continue to kind of work backwards. Old business, item B, Oregon Pacific Railroad. Come on down. Oh.
I didn't know we were
Oh, nope, just come on up and, so, the hot seat for you. So the council in your packet was, I think, hopefully you all got the memo I sent out regarding the request from ORP regarding the fence subject. We had this presentation a while back. And so there were some questions that I pushed along to Eileen to have them, reiterate, because these were, I think, probably some things that you guys had already presented to us originally with this project. And so with us going into budget season, you guys are under a timeline for the grant. I wanted to bring this back and officially have dialogue about it, but then also give these gentlemen a decision on our involvement with that, so that we can plan for that going forward and do what we need to do. So any questions or comments based on the memo or what that you have for ORP?
OPR. OPR, actually.
Oh,
Oregon
sorry.
Pacific Railroad. No, it's fine. It was in there.
OPR.
Somebody typoed that. in
Yeah,
the
that's my typo, sorry.
Okay.
OPR, yes.
Well, thanks for coming, and I do remember the presentation that we had before in the request.
Yeah, it was my brother Tim and I came out here. Tim
Right,
talked.
yeah.
Tim's over on the East Coast right now. So
Yeah, so do appreciate it. I purposely went out there and during school hours and also numerous times riding my bike through there and stopping and looking and stuff. And I just don't see the safety issue. I just can't buy into the safety issue. Not once did I see any kids down on those tracks. Not only that, it's separated by blackberry bushes and everything else. It'd be pretty hard for kids from Baker Prairie to get down there. I do agree that there is that trail that goes over to Fred Meyer's. But again, I look at that fence as a Fred Meyer's or the apartments issue, not the city's issue.
Right.
You
Since
know,
the railroad's
and-
been there since 1912, and then you guys have improved the.
Correct.
We're just
There's
trying to
many
see.
trails that filter down from the logging road that go right down onto the tracks. It's easy. I was switching there with Craig on Monday, and I yelled at a kid who walked right past the sign that we put there.
Yeah.
I get flipped off by kids. I almost ran a kid over. We told you that last time we were here in my Jeep. He walked in front of me, 15 feet in front of me, wearing headphones and a hoodie, and just looked up at me and just kind of laughed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So.
We're just trying to
mean,
save you
signage-
$200,000
Sure,
in the future
sure.
of when you're.
I
forced
think
to put
I
the
agree,
fence up.
maybe signage and safety and things like that. Those are all.
Signs, people just walk past. So I mean, it needs a physical barrier. I
agree.
understand. We're here. We've voiced our concern many times in the past, and we've dealt with many kids down there. We've dealt with many concerns, and I feel like it's a matter of somebody losing their life and then a fence is going to go up there, and I don't want to see that. Both of my brothers run the trains. My oldest brother, his biggest fear is going down there and finding a kid yelling for his mom, missing his leg because he tried to climb underneath the train. We've watched kids climb under them, over them while we're actively switching, and it's just a matter of time before somebody gets hurt or killed.
Well, I think we might be able to isolate that to a better and a much shorter location for that fence. The one going over to Fred Meyer's, that particular area, or from there going up to Highway 99. But that entire, let me finish, but that entire length is not the city's responsibility. We don't know who actually owns the property, so why would the city put fence on somebody else's property? And then there's the maintenance of it. We can't even keep the fence in shape at Community Park because people are going to vandalize it on a regular basis. So that's an enormous budget amount for the city to assume.
I understand that. We have 4 miles of track back in Portland along there, and the fence gets cut up and beat up all the time, but it was put there because it is a physical barrier between the railroad tracks. And
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, but I'm opposed to any fence down there.
Absolutely. Hey,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Council President Hensley, then Councilor Patton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also have a question regarding the property itself, the tracks. Do you own, does OPR own the tracks, or do you lease them from Union Pacific?
Union Pacific owns it, and we have a lease. If we do a certain amount of cars per year, then we don't have to pay to run on there.
Okay.
Otherwise, we have to, so.
And from what I know of our experiences with UP, we can't touch anything on their property without their permission. Have we heard anything from them?
You wouldn't be putting the fence on their property. You'd be putting on I believe it's an 80-foot right-of-way, 40 feet either way of the center line of the track all the way through there.
Okay.
Yeah, the fence wouldn't go on our property. We don't want any encroachment for our right-of-way of maintenance and stuff.
Okay.
This fence doesn't benefit the railroad at all financially, anything like that. We're just trying to incorporate it into this grant that's
It stands for Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements. This grant is put out for things like this.
Allocated 25% of $2.4 billion for rural areas, and we're just trying to get this done for a third of the cost of what it essentially could cost you in the future if somebody somebody sues the city if somebody finds legality issues of constructing a pedestrian trail without putting up a physical barrier or a school and no barrier from an active railroad track. I just don't know the legality issues on it, but we're not trying to do this for any, personal gain or anything.
Sure.
I don't want to be under hooking up a rail car and all of a sudden there's somebody there or.
And I can
gets
appreciate your
thrown.
concern. I mean, we do have an unfortunate history of railroad incidents in town.
I know
So
two kids. I know of 2 kids who have died in the last 3 years.
As
One of them a
do I.
couple weeks ago.
And so I can appreciate your concerns, and I likewise have safety concerns regarding rails, but I guess my sticky point isn't necessarily helping with the grant and getting it put up. My sticky point is our parks and public works staff is already stretched pretty thin, and from what I can tell by the answers to these questions, you would be expecting the city to maintain it. And I just don't see that as a feasible option.
Okay.
So maintenance, in my opinion, would have to fall on you folks.
Well, we're not going to maintain it because the railroad's been there before anything else.
We're not trying to get onto your property. All we're looking for is a yes or no answer so we can continue with our grant application and not have to include this or worry about conversing,
We want this to be part of the grant, but I can tell by sitting here that I don't know that the importance of it is as important to you guys as it is to us. So I
think you're misinterpreting
okay.
that.
We just need a yes or no answer.
No, and I know, and that's why that's why I wanted you guys to come back. We owe, you asked and we owed you an answer on that for sure.
Yeah,
So-
sure, that's the bottom
But our
line.
financial concerns don't relate our safety concerns. We have two different issues here.
sure.
We're certainly concerned about safety around the rails, so please don't put those words in our mouth. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't
Councilor
mean to
Patton?
put words in your mouth.
So for me, I am not opposed to funding some of the fence. And looking at the total length, I think there's some areas that could probably do with having a fence to create a buffer. But I think that areas like the school, I don't see why we, as the city taxing district, would be paying to put a fence behind the school. To me, it seems like this needed to be a much larger scope of entities rather than trying to just say, city, we want you to pay for X number of linear feet of fence. So for me, I would entertain like a portion of it, but not the whole $100,000. So now I'm just going to share some thoughts. And first of all, it does not escape us at the city that we have concerns about the railroads. I think Canby is one of the more unique cities where we have 2 different railroads that pretty much dissect this city. And over the years, the city has spent a tremendous amount of money answering the demands of the railroad. This fancy black fence that runs all along 99E, we had to put that in to provide parking. The poor unfortunate young person that died down there at Pine Street, correct? There was a fence there, and it didn't do this. It didn't stop this. So my concern is that if you put a fence that whole length, now you have people entering up above where the fence isn't, and then are walking down those tracks longer without the ability to then try to escape somewhere else. One of the other things that kind of stuck out to me is you're requesting us to put in this fence, but when it was talked about, is there any way we can create some sort of easement or, pass-through to entice people to go through a more focused area rather than a safer route, that you were like, absolutely not. You need to fund a ramp going down to 99E. And my question would be, if that's the case, then what sort of, is that something you folks would be willing to partner with us? If we're doing some of this fence, could you work with us on making sure that we have that accessibility down to 99E so that it kind of reduces that desire to cross the railroad tracks in other areas? And then is there things that we can do as a city to work with the schools and stuff and education to say, look, kids, you cannot do this. Like, these are the consequences of this. Rather than using just a physical barrier, because kids are going to people are going to go over the fence. We have a situation now where this fence down here, the fancy one, has been struck by cars multiple times. And now it's on the city to replace it, and we can't get the parts for it because it's a fence that was requested to be this fancy thing. And so now it makes no sense, right? We have lost the whole purpose of that fence. So I will just say, I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate you bringing this forward to the city. But the way some of this has been approached, I bristle, right? I think that this could have been handled a little differently as far as a private-public partnership with us and other entities like the school and such. I would have loved to have seen that. I don't know if there's still the opportunity to try and do that. But at this point in time, I don't know what the will of the rest of the council is, but I would be interested in seeing what some of the, identifying some sections of that would make sense to have a fence, and seeing what that cost would be and what we could put forward towards that part of the project.
Yeah.
And I just want to clarify too, the question in there that you're talking about, I think Councilor Patton is the one about the pedestrian walkway. And I think what the answer that I think I got from Tim on this one, so we believe a ramp to the sidewalk at 99E is the better choice.
Yeah.
So I think my question maybe wasn't as worded, because that's what I envisioned as well, is that walkway coming down at the sidewalk, not somewhere closer to the Fred Meyer parking lot.
or whatever, yeah.
Right. So, but yeah, no, I do see, I myself walk along that trail, and there are those cutouts through the blackberry bushes to cross the tracks, and it's a concern. It's scary. Councilor Stearns.
Yeah, just thinking this over, I think the question that we need to ask, the logging trail is a park, right? Correct? Currently, it's a park.
Yes, it's designated as a park.
And the question is a fence a part of a park or not? We as a council have voted over the last many millions of dollars, and we're talking about a lot more for the development of certain parks. And the question is a fence part of that particular park or not? If it is a part of the park, then obviously doing this grant would lessen the cost of developing that portion of the park. If we think that the logging trail shouldn't have a fence next to it or shouldn't be protected by fences, then of course it's a waste of money. But I think I just wanted to kind of put that point of view on there, is that we like to develop our parks here in Canby. And if that's part of the development of that particular park, of having a fence. Now, I guess there's the safety issue, and then you're not going to be able to, unfortunately, most kids think they're invulnerable, and that's not, fence isn't going to change that. But the question is, why are they walking along why are they crossing in the first place? Is it for fun, or is it to get somewhere? If it's to get somewhere, then maybe that can be addressed with marked crossings or other kinds of things, as far as that goes. But I just wanted to just maybe make it a park issue. Is a fence part of that particular park plan of a well-designed, built walkway park like that? I pick up trash along the line of road, and a lot of times I'm crossing that track too. But of course, not with earbuds or anything else like that, and of course on the street, but still, I can see that the whole track is pretty open for people crossing all along that whole track. It's not really that fenced off anywhere, else. So anyway, those are a few of my thoughts. I just wanted to.
Councilor Sassy?
I have a bunch of questions. I have a pretty good memory, but what improvements did we make to the trail?
I think they're referring to
Paving?
the fact that the trail is there is an improvement, and therefore we should put a fence all the way along.
Okay.
Correct.
My second question is,
Yeah, you're allowing the general public to access
We're allowing them to access a trail, but we're telling them not to walk across your tracks.
Yeah, it's like, maybe not to
My second
describe it.
question is, what came first, the tracks or the trail? Because I know that trail used to be a logging road. Were the
Tracks have been
in-
down, that railroad was finished and operating in 1914.
So before the trail ever
I
started?
don't know when the trail was there, I'm just giving you a fact of when the
You think?
railroad was
Oh,
operating.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
No, the railroad has been here for many, many years.
Yeah, that
Okay.
logging trail was done by Weyerhaeuser in like the 40s,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think.
Okay. I could see a fence. I think you should have went after Fred Meyer. I think the worst part of, where's your worst section as far as kids coming down on that?
It's right by Fred Meyer where Fred Meyer left the hole in the
Okay,
fence.
I think Fred Meyer should pay for that or that development. Problem is, they're gonna cut that fence and I don't wanna maintain it.
We talked to Fred Meyer, my older brother Tim talked to Fred Meyer and they laughed at him.
Really?
Basically gave him the bird
Yeah.
and laughed at him and that's what we got from Fred Meyer.
Okay.
We were saying about setting a huge concrete
Yeah.
barrier.
I mean,
right
'cause
there
that's
that
where
they
they're
can't
going,
cut through.
Fred
They'll
Meyer,
cut through next to
basically.
it.
Fred Meyer owns it.
You're definitely right. They walk from the middle school, they walk
Yep.
down the
Yep.
tracks or down the trail and then they cross down over the tracks.
So I could see some fence there, but I really think that's, like Jim said, I think that's Fred Meyer's call. I think that's their deal. But,
Yeah.
sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, it's what it is. It's a lot of the mentality these days is like Fred Meyer's, but we deal with it and keep going on.
So, I'm sorry, Councilor Maldonado, thanks, Jason.
No, I have a lot of thoughts on this, honestly. A lot of it's going to come back to us as parents and teachers and everything. We need to teach kids not to be around them. I grew up in a town that had military train tracks all throughout it, and you very rarely even heard of any accidents on the train tracks. Obviously, population's increased nowadays. I get that. I also used to maintain and manage that apartment complex that's right there behind Fred Meyer's, and I will tell you, every time I've reached out to the railroad company, we were told, no, don't even touch any of the blackberry that's coming. If it's come through your fence, cut it. Do not spray on our side of the fence. We were told many times, you are not to come on that property. So we didn't. We left it alone. We just kept spraying through the fence. My problem is who's going to actually maintain it then? I do think Fred Meyer should actually be the ones you're talking to about it, honestly. I don't think feasibly it's going to be a city.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I guess I have one more question. What is the deadline for this?
End of May.
We have to have the application submitted by 11:59 PM, May 28th. We would like an answer from the city by Friday, May 3rd at 5 PM, because we'd like to get the application in a little bit early in case there's anything that we forget or that we have to come up with to be able to get it in time.
So the reason I ask this question is, based on what I've heard tonight, it sounds like there's with some of us, there might be some wiggle room on portions of this project. If there is a way for there to be some sort of partnership, and this is what I'm going to entertain to the group, if there's some way to survey what fences are currently out there, where some of the main cross points are, if they're near the school, what is the school willing to do? Is there some ways that the city can leverage its relationship with Fred Meyer and other people and try and make this a much bigger thing rather than you folks come in and saying, city, we want you to pay all this money. The city saying, we're not going to do it, right? I think this is a good opportunity. I think it's a way to get some work done at a pretty good price. But for me, I'm just not willing for the city to pay the whole amount. So that's where I'm coming from.
When you say the whole amount, are you saying the whole amount we're asking you
The
to pay?
whole $100,000.
The fence is much more than $100,000.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
He means the full amount.
Yeah, the whole, the
okay,
hundred, yeah, the
thank you.
$100,000 is
Okay.
being figured. Maybe if it was like, well, for sections here, here, and here, it's really more like $25,000. It's more like $50,000 or something along those lines. And then the school's willing to put in, a little bit more to make up more of that, to share the burden. and then go from there. I'm trying to take the
You're trying to find a
temperature that we've
win.
got and find a way to make it work.
Yeah, I totally understand.
I didn't realize there was so many different departments because I thought
Well,
that
yeah,
people
because
pay
it's-
their county tax and then the school is one and then the city's this, so.
Well, there's
it
the
seems like
school
that'd take about
districts.
2 years to get everything figured out for a 1 mile strip.
Well, and there's like the school district, and then there's the container place, and then there's the, there's the,
It used to be JV Northwest, is that what you're thinking?
yeah, so there's a bunch of different places along there, and are there fences, like, do they have a fence? I mean, kids aren't gonna be going into the container place and trying to cross over the railroad tracks in their holding yard. So I don't really know if it's actually that whole linear foot that needs to be done, that whole linear length that needs to be done. That's what I'm trying to get us there.
Right.
Yeah.
Openings just allow us to go around and then backtrack but
Councilor Davis?
That's all we need to know is yeah or no, so we can continue with our application for our railroads.
So I guess I would lean to our Public Works Director and his experience on city-owned fences and how often at Community Park do you have to replace that fence. We have kids that have drowned there every year, and they post it. They post it.
That kids that have what? I didn't hear.
Drowned.
Drowned?
Oh, yeah, every year. And I've been on a number of them. And the city and Jerry do a great job putting up a fence. And it doesn't, if they want through the fence, they're going to go through the fence.
Yeah.
And I just see dollar signs in regards to the amount and the maintenance for that fence. I'm not against safety, but we've tried that at Community Park and it just doesn't work. And
I
so
understand.
Jerry, I guess I would like to get Jerry's recommendation on this as well.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. Jerry Nelson, Canby.
You want to sit down here?
I can sit.
Yeah, take my seat.
Yeah, I think Councilor Patton brought up, we struggle with keeping the fences up just on the decorative fence that was put on all the way from, one of them, I believe, was an urban, well, they were both urban renewal funded, but they were separate projects. And you see the kids actually just drive their cars through it for fun and tear it down. That's all along Pine Street over Pine by the train depot.
That wasn't an accident?
No, they drive their trucks through
Little
it
trucks.
and mow it down. And I continue to keep putting it up and putting it up and putting it up. And so we struggle with that. We've even had cars come off 99E, drive across both sets of railroad tracks, go through the fence, take out a streetlight and almost run into Mike's place. So, I mean, I'm not talking about just people. I'm not trying to undermine what you guys are doing here and all that, but not only do we have cars driving through them, but like Community Park, the kids break the fence, all that stuff. That's my biggest thing is we want to keep it safe. I mean, I look at that too, and you can just see beaten paths of the kids running, walking through there in those certain spots. But again, putting up a fence on our property and then trying to maintain it with them cutting it constantly through there would impact us a lot in Public Works. It would make a lot of work for us and all that. And I know it's a safety factor, like, we don't want to take away that. If it's a good solution to keep the kids and stuff from going down there, I'm all about it and support it. But right now, they don't have anywhere to go. We don't even have a path to go down the deal. And any type of work, I've done a lot of work on that spur line, and I don't know if it's through you guys or what, but we have leases and stuff like that with sewer lines going under it, bridges going over it, and it's a constant, I think we do 50-year leases or 25-year leases and stuff like that. So that presents a problem. And the other problem that we had, I wish I would have built the bridge a little further, because like under the bridge, you get all the tagging.
Which bridge are we talking about?
Sequoia.
Sequoia, yeah.
Fourth isn't as bad because we can get under there and work. We don't have right away to get under there and fix the graffiti, so we're actually trespassing when we get in there. And so you talk about a spot to put a fence, something like where you could keep them out of there from tagging that so Public Works staff doesn't have to go in and be unsafe and work in your railroad. So there is a lot of moving parts to this, guys, and we're not afraid of the work, but we only have so many people. And so,
Incurring the financial.
yeah, and so to answer Councilor Davis's question, this would impact Public Works if we put a fence along there. Sorry, I was so long-winded, guys. I'm sitting in the-
No worries. No worries. It's just,
But, yeah.
Councilor Patton,
Huh?
did you have a question or comment?
No, I think I've said enough. I think it's clear what I would love to see. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I just want to let you know that, A, I understand the safety.
Yeah.
I would love to see us try and partner to make this work, but I'm the 25% angry counselor, and so I can only accomplish
That's
that.
fine. Yeah.
I think the timeline,
Continue with our company and.
I don't know if the timeline's just gonna work with it.
Yeah, exactly.
My worry is, guys, while we're all here, is we do work with you a lot we do have to do utilities. We want to keep a good relationship with you
Oh,
guys.
sure,
So-
sure.
So
Oh, yeah.
hopefully this doesn't.
Yeah, totally. We're busy. We got 3 guys running 2 railroads with 14 miles of track and, we're up here, right here on our own and
Yeah.
that's what we wanted. It's the goal. Cool. We'll move on with our
Counselor.
work and life.
Councilor Stearns?
Well, it seems like the fence is not super popular, but when people are on the tracks, whether they're commuting along the tracks or whether they're crossing the tracks, unauthorized spots, I mean, they are trespassing, correct?
It's criminal trespass. Yeah, we've got signs up.
And, well, the question is, I'm wondering if something that we can work a little bit with police chief or something to
Any more enforcement?
maybe just, do a little enforcement, maybe watch it after school, and then maybe start citing a few people, just so the word gets around that it might, that's not gonna solve the problem completely, but it might cause people to start thinking twice, especially the accident, a month or so back, where I think the guy was commuting along the tracks, and if sort of the word came around that, well, you might get a fine if you do that, and maybe if you have, I'm sure you might have some cameras or something on some of the trains or something that you could.
No,
No?
just like.
So I'm just saying some way to just make a little bit of law enforcement involved, and that could help a lot. I think that a lot of times people think, and even myself, if I ever felt like going on the tracks, I wouldn't be afraid of any citation at this point. I don't want to be on the tracks, but if I were, I don't think I would think as the citation as a deterrent. But if there was a little bit more citations, maybe the word might get around and say, hey, you better watch, going trespassing on the track.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, I appreciate it. I'm not sure this is the outcome you were hoping for, but I appreciate your patience and letting us at least dialogue and kick it around a little bit to try to figure out what we could do.
Yeah, we
So,
appreciate you kicking it around and seeing what you can do.
No, you guys, to echo Jerry's piece too, you guys have been a great partner and, and whatnot, so I really do appreciate, it's one of those things, like, if you're afraid to hear no, don't ask, so you guys have asked, and we're, I'm sorry that we couldn't get that, we had a little bit more time, maybe we could put that coalition together.
Yeah, I just wish that we could have, I wish that we had approached this from a different angle earlier. And
We've been approaching this for the last several months.
It takes a while.
yes. No, I can appreciate that.
There's just too many departments and people and look at y'all up here. Sure. But that's all right. Yeah.
Thank you, John.
Appreciate your time. Thanks.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you very much.
Last piece of old business, city attorney recruitment, nothing right now?
No status. I know Counselor Patton asked for a breakdown by month, and we're still putting that together.
Okay.
Scott's been busy with the budget, and we're expecting the March invoice here in the next week. So we haven't forgotten your request. So
I didn't think so.
All right, item 9 tonight, new business, request from Canby Center regarding the reduction or waiver of SDCs. Mr. Keene, hello, sir.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
It's exciting to be right at the end of the night. It is, this is exciting. Thank you. Thank you for being here and being engaged in this topic. I did present a request to the mayor and to City Administrator Eileen, and I just want to say, first of all, that I'm grateful for the way that the city has been working with us on this project. Truly grateful. My request really comes from a place of need. The project, as you might imagine, time goes along in this economy, and the cost of the building is higher than it was 8 months ago. And so we're looking for opportunities to save every penny that we can to make sure we can do this project to benefit the community. First thing I would just say is that in the 15 years the Canby Center has been around, we have provided $14 million worth of services into the community, serving low-income families and youth. We do literacy programs. We do after-school tutoring with young people. We do youth mentoring programs, as well as things you think of as typical social services, food bank. Just in the last 12 months, we provided over 750,000 pounds of food to the Canby community, over 31,000 services, which involve everything from a hot lunch to dental care, to vision and eyeglass care, those type of services. And so we know we do that in partnership with many organizations, and as we've worked on this building project, we've worked with many organizations. The state of Oregon has provided $1.125 million for the project. The Clackamas County has stepped up with $640,000 for the project. What I'm simply asking for is your consideration of a reduction or waiver of the service development charges for our project. Some of them certainly make sense for us to consider, being a part of and contributing to. Some of them maybe make less sense, I would say, when you consider that the services will go back to benefit the neediest of our neighbors for decades to come. And so I'm simply asking for your consideration of the city's part in helping in this way. We've provided, just in the last 12 months, 110,000 meals in Canby. And we did that with 673 volunteers. So this is a community endeavor. More than 50% of that volunteer base are folks who benefit from our programs because we ask them to volunteer. So there's a personal responsibility component in what we do. We think that's really important in strengthening community, and it is working in Canby. Working so much so that other communities are coming to learn from us here about how do we do this in our town. So I just share that with you. The request really is to reduce the fees from $42,395 at this point. There is, as I understand, a breakdown of stormwater, wastewater, transportation, and park fees that would go into that. And so what I'd be asking for is that you might consider taking off the table the transportation and park fees for our project and allow us to pay the stormwater and wastewater portion. That's what I'd ask for your consideration tonight.
Thank you, Ray, for being here. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Councilor Davis, and I'll go over to Councilor Patton.
Well, first of all, Ray, thank you, and thank you for hanging in there. I guess I'd have to go to Eileen and ask what her recommendation on this would be.
That was my recommendation, that they be, that they still pay the stormwater and wastewater SDC.
Okay, say that again. I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. My recommendation was that they pay the stormwater and the wastewater SDC.
It also says in your email, though, that you guys are ambivalent about the transportation.
I'm ambivalent about the transportation. I did some additional calculation, and I could see having them pay the reimbursement portion of the transportation SDC, which is about $6,000 more. And my reasoning is that reimbursement SDCs go to pay for infrastructure that's already in, as opposed to an improvement SDC pays for infrastructure that hasn't been put in yet. So given that they've been here for a while, I could see perhaps charging them the reimbursement portion of the transportation SDC.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. So my feeling on this is to approve Ray's request for that he's made a request, just simply because what the Canby Center does for our community, and it's our obligation to hopefully give back to the people in need. And without the Canby Center here, we would have a lot more problems. And so I would be in support of Ray's request.
Thank you, Councilor Davis.
Councilor Patton?
So for me, I agree. I think so some of the questions that I had posed was, had we ever done this before? And the answer is no. We have never waived any organizations as far as our records show. So we would be setting a pretty deep precedent by doing this. So that weighs pretty heavy on my decision and how I kind of digest this whole thing. Another thing that I kind of keep in mind is that while you folks are using the building now, in 40 years, 50 years, you might move to a different facility or whatever, and then that building becomes somebody else's thing, and it puts different wears on the system. If we go into the Wayback Machine, when this whole thing came about, I was on the Planning Commission. And I know that as a planning commissioner, there was some pretty significant variances, and Don, correct me if I'm wrong, but there were some pretty significant variances that were given for this building as far as how close it can be to the property line, how tall it can be in the particular area and stuff. And so one of the concerns I have is that we've already made some pretty big concessions to get it to this point. This is another concession that if somebody else comes in later, they're essentially capitalizing on all of this. So that's kind of how I've peeled this onion. For me, I think that I agree with staff about the stormwater and the wastewater SDCs. I would be for waiving the park SDCs, which is also part of the city staff's recommendation. But I think at a minimum, we should be charging the reimbursement fee. For me, I would like to see it closer to half of the streets. Because, you know, we have a huge lift that's coming in this community when it comes to our streets. And we see what happens with 99E, right? And all of this goes towards fixing that. So that's kind of where I sit on it.
Okay. Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love what you do. So anything that I say is no reflection on your organization. I absolutely love you. I'm looking at, this is setting a precedent. This is finances. Councilor Patton makes a very good point on resale of the building. And I don't know enough about the financing of this. Is that something, maybe it's a Scott question, could that be deferred to the next owner? Would that be part of the real estate deal? I don't think so, but I understand what Councilor Patton is saying. That we can't make you promise to stay there for 50 years either. So I do have problems with that. I absolutely think that stormwater and wastewater are a must, and at the minimum, the reimbursement for transportation. Unfortunately, SDCs aren't used for maintenance. So I don't know how much new infrastructure this project would require being put in. But, you know, I get what, oh gosh, this has put me in a pickle because, you know, pretty soon we're going to talk about street maintenance fees, and, you know, the previous council that passed that wouldn't exempt churches and nonprofits from that tax. So I'm having a trouble setting a precedent like this. I need to noodle it some more, but those are my thoughts at the moment.
Yes, Councilor Stearns.
Just clarify, how much money are we giving up? What's the dollar amount? It was $42,000?
$42,395.
That you're asking us to waive?
Some portion of that.
A portion of 42, so what are we talking about, 20,000?
31,000.
31? So $31,000.
Well, what it is so the stormwater is $2,700. The transportation system development charges are $3,700. They're $37,400.
But the reimbursement portion is 6.
The so $37,400 is the total for transportation. $642 is wastewater, and $1,629 is parks.
So, just so I don't have to add this up in my mind, well, how much are we asking for?
That,
What? 31. 31,000, okay. So what we are doing, and what I'm saying, is we are, even though you're asking for a waiver of the SDC fees, what we are really doing, and I think we should approach it that way, is contemplating giving a grant to the Canby Center. And I think I think I agree with you. It kind of sets a bad precedence that you can develop without the development fees. But I think in the budget or something, we could authorize a grant to them for a dollar amount, which for you guys is going to be the same, whether or not it comes one way or the other. But I think from what we are actually contemplating doing, regardless of how we do the accounting and the budgeting and the fund, is we're saying, can we give you a grant of 31,000 or maybe 32 or maybe 29, as the debate goes on. So I think as a council, we should approach it that way rather than are we giving them a pass at something? It's something like.
I like this. I have another question if you don't mind. Follow up
Hang
to
on.
Councilor Stearns.
Could I add a little bit of context here on this? Not to make this even muddier, but I'm trying to provide clarity here but in this discussion. So our code, chapter 4.20.120, specifically talks about exemptions in the STC program. And there is an exemption, so I believe it applies, at least the spirit of this applies to Canby Center, and it's under E. And so it talks about, with council approval, housing specifically limited in occupancy to very low income persons or families as defined by the most recent HUD, Federal Housing and Urban Development Department criteria. And arguably, Canby Center provides rent and utility assistance for those families.
Yes.
So that's the link. So this, in a precedent-setting piece, I do not believe this is setting a precedent because, one, there is only one Canby Center. Two, I believe that I think they are consistent with the spirit of that, and Ray can speak to the value of that. I think he gave some costs over the last 5 years for that rent assistant and utility assistance, obviously for very low-income persons, and that's the whole mission of Canby Center. To Councilor Padden's point, we will be updating our STC program in addition to all the other things I talked about earlier tonight. Another thing we're doing is updating the STC program, which I'm hoping will be adopted by next spring, and that's a full-on update. Part of that is getting into issues like change of uses, which is what Councilor Padden's talking about. And change of uses, capturing what that is, and specifically for SDCs. We really don't have a good program for that, to be honest with you. We have intermediate and major modifications. Those projects are getting captured for SDCs, but a lot of like the type 1 minor modifications, those really, there's nothing in the code really even talks about those. So we really don't have a change of use element in our code. So that would capture the building change, and let's say they outgrew that and went and, some other big store became vacant and they took it over. That could be addressed as part of that. Then finally, Councilor Padden's point, there were some exceptions granted, but they were really landscaping setback issues. That was the situation on Canby. This is what came about was the parking and the landscaping and how close it could be.
Well, it was the back wall, if memory serves me correctly, and there was some other ones.
They were in context, and again, there were exceptions. I don't want to.
You're selling me, Don. You're selling me. You're getting me there.
Not trying to characterize this, over-characterize this, but there were some exceptions made.
Sorry about that.
So anyway, I think that I would recommend, Eileen and I talked about this today, earlier, and I do agree that if there is going to be not a full exemption, that it should be consistent with the character of how Eileen portrayed that. I think that would be reasonable, but it is up to this council, and I think you have the purview to do this. It says specifically it's your authority to do this, and so I just wanted to give some context here. So I wouldn't worry about this applying to other developments, because it's very specific to Canby Center.
And I didn't want to outright grant or recommend a waiver, because I do think that does set precedents. That if you waive SDCs for any use, then you have waived them for the Canby Center and you haven't waived them for some other. So my recommendation was to try to minimize the impact that the Canby Center pays. So I was looking for a reduction as opposed to a waiver.
Yeah, I think there needs to be some skin in the game, and I do think a full-blown waiver of all of it, that, to Don's point, and I think to your point, Eileen, it is precedent setting, whereas this is, to Don's point again, there is only one Canby Center.
Yeah.
You know, and by the time I think the Canby Center, you know, God forbid, sells and, you know, to somebody else, and I hope it's only because you need a bigger space,
Or the need goes away.
or the need goes away, right? That we've got in our code, then maybe what you're talking about. Don,
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's an update. It won't be just the
reuse.
Canby Center. We'll be testing some of this out. Like, I mean, it's not uncommon in SDC codes to have exemptions like K through 12 or, you know, things like,
Affordable housing.
you know, low-income issues. I mean, there are, it's not untested. So this will go back through Planning Commission and Council on that discussion. But I do find it, you know, quite interesting, though, that this code, which is somewhat dated, even back in the day, they were looking at like this provision, which I think is a telltale of, you know, like, I think there's a spirit to this that addresses that. But I do think the skin in the game piece, and I don't think that's oppositional to what they're seeking.
Sure.
Mayor, could I add a thought just briefly? You know, the housing evaluation work that we've been doing in the city, the projections that are on the table show us that by 2043, I think, we're going to be looking at an additional 6,000 population. My projection is that we're going to see in that roughly 900 additional individuals who are facing challenges with poverty. There's a widening wealth gap in America, and that's true in our town too. I think we need to prepare now for solutions that are going to be good for Canby long-term, and that's what the Canby Center is doing. We're doing that long-term view toward poverty alleviation. So that's why we work with youth, in addition to just meeting basic needs today. And so the request is, you know, in some ways about how do we prepare ourselves for the future as a community.
Right.
And we have locked arms and done that well together. And so that's why I'm placing the request before you. I understand it's exceptional. It's an exceptional request, but that's to prepare for exceptional need.
Okay.
So I know Jim had, I just want to share some numbers really quick. I crunched the numbers on this, just so people have an idea of it. Is that okay?
Go ahead, Jace.
So if it's just the sewer and water, SDCs, it would be $3,361.56.
That would be the SDC.
That would be just those two SDCs.
Okay.
If it is the stormwater, the wastewater, and the recapture amount, which is $5,984.78, it would bring the total to $9,346.34. Now, if we don't want to make an exception for all of them by making a complete waiver of everything, including the parks SDCs, to at least put some number there, if we charge them like $10 in parks SDCs, just to say that we're not waiving every fee, they're paying at least a little of everything, it would be $9,356.34.
Is that the number you're recommending?
I would like to recommend that number, yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion to recommend that number.
It seems like a good compromise.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, well, we can get to your count, yes, so
There's a second now.
I second it, and now we can have conversation.
Now we can have conversation.
That would be the
Okay.
amount they would pay, 93, 56, 30.
I'm not opposed to providing, you know, support to the Canby Center at all. But I still think that we should call it what it is. We're giving a grant, whether it's a reduction of fee or some other thing. What we're doing is giving a grant, and I just would like, and why, if we're going to give a grant, why just that amount? Why not more and why not less? And that's just the way I'm looking at it.
Sure.
I mean, we're saying, can we take this fee off or this fee off or this fee off? What we're really saying is the Canby Center provides a service to Canby, and we want to give them more money, or give them some money or some sort of money. And I think that's the way that the council needs to approach it, because anything else, we're just, it feels to me like you're sort of giving them a loophole, when reality is, we shouldn't be giving you a loophole, we should just be giving you some money for your help.
The code allows it, right, Don?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, and I just want to, regarding the whole grant thing, essentially if we say, well, we're going to give them a grant for the money that they aren't paying, then essentially we need to figure out somewhere in the budget where we're going to pull general fund money to then put into these funds that are getting shorted by not charging them the full amount. And I would rather not do that. I would rather just call a spade and say, we're not charging you as much as the SDCs, rather than trying to find, because these SDCs go into specific funds that we can't use for anything else. So then we're taking money that's more fluid and locking it up into something in case we need it for something else, would be my rub on that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, it's the public finance law kind of pieces that I think.
I see where you're
stumble
coming
us, yeah.
from, and that makes total sense, but as far as like what it ends up doing financially, I think it just, we're unnecessarily tying our hands with those funds, is my thought on that.
Counselor Sassy?
So just now that we've muddied the waters, they're totally muddy.
Very murky.
We went from 42,395.39 to, what is the final total now?
$9,356.34.
Yes.
That's
Is that a discount? Is that the discount?
No,
or
that's their total SDC
So the
charge.
discount is
31.
31.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that's very clear that we say in the motion that we are granting a reduction of this amount. So that's very clear that, because I'm not opposed to it. I just want clarity for anybody who watches that this is what we're doing. We are reducing it by 31, whatever the final number comes out to.
Jason has his calculator.
Jason's calculating right now. And so that we pass it in that way.
Granting a reduction of, yeah, that makes sense.
So otherwise, it sounds like we're like a car dealer saying, hey, it was this amount, and now we're giving you this amount.
As soon as he has the number, because he can make the motion.
Well, we have a motion
Oh,
on the
there's a motion on
floor.
the floor.
Yeah, so.
So you gotta move, you gotta.
Oh, I did it right. Yeah, so the reduction would be $33,000, $33,039.05 is what the reduction would be. $33,039.05.
Okay, so I know we've got a motion on the table, but if it were to be amended, the motion would be that the council moves to grant a reduction of STCs from $42,395.39 to $9,356.34, which is a reduction of STCs of $33,039.05.
I accept that amendment.
And I second.
Okay, I'm the mayor. I can't make that.
No, but
He's saying what
Are
you
you
said.
amending
he's
your motion
entertaining,
to what I just said?
Yes.
correct.
Perfect.
He's entertaining
Who made the
the
second?
motion to change the motion.
Right, and are you seconding?
I'm seconding it, so
Okay.
now we need to vote on that.
Okay,
Why you got all
so
that?
there's,
It's getting late.
yeah, it's past Jim's bedtime and we're all getting rummy.
Get running.
So, motion's been amended and seconded. Any further discussion?
On the amendment.
No, on any of it, no, we're good. We're late, we're tired, we're running.
We still need to do it correctly, though.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yes.
Maya?
Are you checking my math?
I got it.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. I'm grateful for your consideration tonight. Truly grateful. Thank you.
Well, now, I just want to double check this. So we had a motion and then we amended the motion. We voted on the amendment. but we
Amended
have-
motion.
But do we need to vote on the newly amended
It
motion?
was incorporated into the.
It's incorporated? Great.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll shut up now.
Are we right, David?
David was ready to jump in and say, yes, we were okay.
Yeah, I just, in the spirit of trying to make things clearer, you're good.
Great.
We're good.
This-
Thank you.
This is why we have David on the line. Okay. This is how it's done. All right. Done. Mayor's business. I will be quick. Clackamas County Coordinating Committee, we had an update on the State Transportation Improvement Fund, which really is more geared towards, unfortunately, TriMet. So the money comes into the state of Oregon, so in the Metro Planning Organization, TriMet acts as the pass-through for STIF funding. And that funding then gets allocated out to the other transit districts within the region. And so based on the numbers, basically TriMet keeps about 85% of the money, and the other 15% gets doled out to entities like Canby Area Transit. So there was a lot of conversation around that and gnashing of teeth over the fact that usually TriMet does not provide the necessary services in the areas that they say they will. We went over tolling again. There was a letter back on March 11th from the governor about putting the tolling on pause and instructing the Oregon Transportation Commission as well as the legislature to find other options. And so there's that piece. Clackamas County Coordinating Committee will be looking and working on agenda for the 2025 legislative session on our recommendations on perhaps things that the legislature should look at to fund transportation moving forward. Let's see. Talk about C4. Last weekend before, I wanted to share, so Canby was the epicenter of a 7-on-7 tournament. So basically a large, basically we'll call it a skeletal football tournament. There was 120 teams that converged on Canby for that event. There were players from Oklahoma, Florida, New York, Texas, to name a few. So you put in 120 teams, their family members coming to town. We heard from a couple of the businesses that maybe didn't get the memo in time, that they were understaffed and not prepared for the influx of the event. Totally understand that we got word out, and I know that the chamber and our economic development team hustled really quickly to get word out that this was going on. Plus, there was a basketball tournament going on at the same time, so.
And lacrosse.
Oh, and lacrosse. So, I share that because the organization that put on the 7-on-7 tournament, they do this all up and down the West Coast, and they said that this was one of the best facilities that they had used for their 7-on-7 tournament, and are anticipating next year to do several more here in Canby and have Canby be their location for that. So with that being said, and we're going to get this out there sooner, is that on May 11th, which is a Saturday, there's another 7-on-7 tournament. Again, another 80 to 100 teams are expected to be here in town for that tournament.
How do they like our ODOT?
The first weekend of May, there is a very large lacrosse tournament as well coming up. So again, I highlight these things because of the economic driver of something like that. The interesting piece too is, and I'm very much into this because my boys play high school sports and whatnot, but there were 4 or 5 4 and 5 star athletes. So all the players get rated. And so right now the number 1 tight end recruit from Utah played in this tournament. And so it's a pretty massive draw.
It is.
And so I just, again, talk about the economic impact of that. You know, we've had lots of conversations about future park development, things like that, things to keep in mind. And the one question that came up from the organizers was, it'd be nice if there was a hotel closer.
Yes.
So, there we go. That concludes my report, and we're going to start down here with Mr. Sassy.
Met with library, they said everything tonight. Please fill out the survey. Please come to the open house. The seed shed is really cool. Counselor Patton, you would like that.
The seed sharing thing?
Yes, at the library.
I might have some seeds for it. Not naughty seeds.
The baseball team is ranked number 3.
I heard.
So we will be going to the playoffs. And I would like the city to hold in their thoughts and prayers the Haynes family of Canby Music. That's all I'm going to say, but they need their thoughts and prayers, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Counselor Stearns?
Went to the bike and pedestrian committee. They just want to say, me to say a couple things. Traverso, orphan sidewalks, sidewalk gaps, and they just want to know what's happening. We asked a while back to see whether it'd be better to have the logging trail be a road or a park, and we're wondering about the impact on that. On a sort of personal note, not really personal, but business note, I was filling out today the Canby Transit Tax form, and reading the instructions on it, I'm not sure when it says gross wages, whether you want to tie it into box 1, box 5 on the W-2, and it's not really clear on the instructions what constitutes gross wages for the purposes of transit tax. My personal, the one I paid today, probably just covers my salary, no one else's. But still, I think a little bit of clarity there would help us in the community that prepare these tax returns, which I do for lots of people, to know whether, how the city, if the city of Canby has a formal definition of gross wages for the transit tax. And they understand the difference between what's in box 1 and box 5 on the wages, and there are other forms of compensation that don't go on any box on the W-2, where they're included. And it'd be good just to make it so it's consistent and on the instructions so everybody's on the same. But personally, I took the opinion that it's box 5 wages, but that's just an open question. The other question I have for tax preparation purposes for the Canby Transit is if the city of Canby has a destination of services definition of, or where the services are performed, a definition for wages when it comes to allocating between different entities. I know City of Portland has recently adopted destination of services, and just for those who don't know what that means that if I'm in Canby and I do something for somebody who lives in Portland, I'm in theory supposed to pay Portland's tax on that income, which I have. For practical purposes, no one does, but at least not small business, because the amount of accounting to separate them out is probably more than it's worth for any audit, but it does make a difference if you're trying to do things the right way and how to allocate things from City of Canby or not City of Canby. So I was wondering if, and obviously I'm sure you guys don't know the answer to that question today, but it would be good if, one, we get the answer, two, that if the answer was updated on the instructions so that we're all on the same page when it comes to definition of wages. So I don't know if that's too complicated, but I'm in the business of doing taxes for other people and myself, so.
Okay, thank you, sir. Counselor Davis.
Thank you. Jason, I'm going to be brief.
Go ahead. I'm ready to use that time.
Anyway, so a few things. Shredded Day, Chambers Shredded Day tomorrow, opens at noon over at the Fairgrounds parking lot. Limited 4 boxes, I believe, are the instructions this year. So that's happening over at the Fairgrounds. It should be the first time in a few years that we haven't been rained on over there. So it's going to be, it's going to be nice. All the park and rec projects are moving forward real well at this point. They had their meeting last night. I was not able to attend, but I did receive Lisa's minutes. So all the projects are online and moving forward. Jerry also went over the projects that will be presented in the budget as well with the committee. So that's moving right along. And on fireworks, I just want to put a plug out there to the public and to you guys that please, 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 we need donations for the fireworks. And more so, not only to make it happen this year, but the following year. So if any businesses, large corporations that want to sponsor, or if you want to donate $5, that's fine too. You can just go on to the fire district site and donate that way as well. So think about donations for the fireworks. We'll make it happen this year, but it's going to be tight. So
Thank you, sir.
that's it.
Council President Hensley.
I also will be brief. Traffic Safety Commission, just a couple quick things. We already talked about ODOT, so I don't need to do that. We're not super firm on, unless Jerry knows more since the last meeting, the bridge, Knights Bridge closure is due to be fall or summer of next year. So it shouldn't be at the same time as the ODOT project. And what was the other thing I was going to say that Jerry said? Oh, they're breaking ground next summer on the Walnut Stream connection.
Yay.
The what?
Walnut Street connection. Breaking ground next summer. That's what you said. I'm holding you to it. Okay. And I believe that, I'm looking to see if I did attend anything. Yep, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Maldonado.
I would like to first echo Councilor Sassy, keep Brian and Sarah and their family in your prayers. They had an injury in the family. We have reached out to them on numerous occasions. If you can afford to reach out to them and possibly see if maybe you can cook for them one night, just help take a burden off their shoulders, please do. Other than that, I do not have anything to report.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilor Patton.
Strap in, folks. I've had a busy week. No, I'm just kidding. It's only half a page. It played into my little scheme very well. So no, really quickly, as far as the Planning Commission goes, they had a chat about the fences and updating the fence code, which is long overdue. So I'm super excited about that. Thank you, Ryan. I completed my Oregon Government Ethics Commission Executive Board training on Tuesday. I was like one of only 2 people there, so I feel like I got a really good bang for my buck, which was free. So that was good. Canby Utility Board, really quickly, if you hear out in the community complaints about the rate increase, there was nobody that showed up at the Canby Utility Board meeting to make any sort of public comments about the increase. There was nobody that wrote in to make any sort of written comment about how much the utility increase was. So apparently everybody was cool with it. And then Chair Thompson sent the mayor and I a letter. Essentially, there is some conflicting information that's being shared in the community about some of the numbers and some of the details of the water treatment plant. So I've requested that they come up with like a one-page fact sheet for all of us. So that way, when we're interacting with the community, we are literally all on the same page when we're sharing this information out there. There is, this weekend, I'll be working with Lavoit, I believe is the name of the company, to do a cleanup at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Park, the town sign, and then we're going to start to try and work our way down 99E. Councilor Davis you asked me about it a little bit. I'm going to do this one, and then I'm going to reach out to some other groups and hopefully do another cleanup later on in the season to finish that area of 99E. But that's a different group of people, and I want to make sure I'm not stepping on any toes with that. And then I agree with the sports park. I think it would be great, but I will again just say that indoor gymnasium facility would be great to help some of those sports like girls and boys volleyball, which are, the boys volleyball is a burgeoning sport here in the state of Oregon, and they have trouble getting gym space, and right down to the Rex Putnam Kingsman Thunder Drumline. They went to state. It's the first time they went to this huge national competition. They're one of the few that are here in Oregon. And one of the things that they said is they have a hard time getting gym time because they are competing with basketball and other sports in the schools. And so I think if we had a facility that had these amenities, it would provide an opportunity for not lesser sports, but sports that aren't as big and flashy as, basketball and such, to be able to use that facility and get their time to participate in their activities. And with that, that's that.
Something like a multi-use gymnasium?
Yes.
Mayor, can I have a quick go back? Just real quick.
10 seconds.
Okay, thanks. I was contacted by Patrick Sampson from Cogeo and referred him to the city administrator but there's not a lot we can say at this point, but I'll leave that to Eileen.
Okay. Eileen, city administrator and staff reports.
The only update I have is that it is budget time. I know we have budget appointments on the next meeting to make, Maya? Budget appointments? Yeah. So we will be making
We're
those.
doing interviews. Yeah.
Okay.
Counselor Sassy and I are doing interviews with Scott here this coming week.
Great. Okay. We're getting close to knowing what the budget will entail, but I'm not going to tell you yet anything because I'm still contemplating. And we do need to appoint urban renewal agency budget committee members as well. So, yep.
So how many more do we need? I mean, if these interviews go through, how many more applications would we need? Just the urban renewal?
So only one, I believe only one additional for urban renewal.
Okay.
Well, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Got you covered.
That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, great.
Mayor, was quick on that. Yes.
Second opportunity for citizen input.
Not tonight.
He's holding it to next time.
Okay. Seeing no one rushing to turn in a yellow card, action review, Ms. Maya.
You have approved the consent agenda, amended resolution 1401, excluding the $14,000 interest payment to come back at a later date. Approved resolution 1402, and approved reduction of SDCs to Canby Center, reducing $33,039.05 from $42,395.39 to a total of $9,356.34.
Wonderful. Mr. Dufman, thank you very much for hanging with us this evening. We appreciate you.
My pleasure, Mr. Mayor. My pleasure.
I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Seconded.
All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We are adjourned. Canby, thank you very much. Have a great evening.